Sounds τώρα.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Παρακαλώ να καθίσουμε σιγά σιγά για να
Good
ξεκινήσουμε.
morning, everybody. Kindly take your seats so that we can begin with today's agenda.
Καλημέρα σε όλες και όλους. Σας ευχαριστούμε που βρίσκεστε στην συνεδρίαση των δύο επιτροπών.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us with these two meetings for the monitoring committees of the operational program Στερεάς Ελλάδα 2014-2020. And then in the afternoon, we will have the meeting for the second monitoring committee. We will begin with an intervention from Mr. Stanu, discussing the minutes of the previous meeting. So, Regional Governor, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good day and welcome to the Στερεάς Ελλάδα region. Welcome to the municipality of Kamenavoula, a very important area of our region. So, President of the Regional Municipality Association, thank you to our colleagues for being with us here today. We have had a wonderful collaboration so far, and I am certain that we will continue this way. So, dear delegates of local authorities, of state services, from the European Commission, members of the managing authority, I'm certain that I have omitted, first of all, there you go, the vice regional governor. I still guess I have omitted quite a few of you. Apologies for that. I would like to welcome Mr. Pandazas, Mr. Lemonidis, Mrs. Karataidi and Meletiu as well. Like the head of unit has already mentioned, we're coming close to the end of the 2014-2020 program, which took place under very particular conditions, not just for our country alone, but also for the entire world. We don't need to go into details. We all experienced those particular conditions, and it is a given that both the partnership agreements and the Στερεάς Ελλάδα ROP, Regional Operation Program, was indeed a pillar of stability for the economy and society of our country and of our region as well, both against financial problems in the beginning, as was the case in the beginning of the programming period, as also in the case of the pandemic and the natural disasters that also make an impact on what we do. And this is something we will see towards the end of today's meetings. The ROP allowed us to provide beneficial aid to areas and people in need. First of all, I would like to ask us all to approve the agenda for today's meeting. It is therefore approved based on the reactions of the people surrounding me. Also, I would like to ask for the approval of the minutes of the Arachova meeting. We've all received copies, also approved. Thank you very much. We were able to achieve important targets and benchmarks in between. Although it sounds cliche, we were able to do a lot with not much, given that our resources, the resources of that program, which started off with 190 million euros, and though it was not much, it was raised after a while, but at the same time, there were disruptions that contributed to an overall profile of Sτερεάς, our region, that is lacking of infrastructure when it comes to healthcare, to well-being, to all that the state needs to provide its citizens. In order to look at this in a half-full angle and perspective, I would like to point out that there has been a host of actions and projects that have been implemented for the benefit of our citizens. Starting off quantitatively, we have approvals of actions that go beyond 46% of our budget, and we have actual absorption of funds at 81%. And of course, we know that by the closure of last programming period's program, we will be able to ascertain that there has been a full and complete actual absorption of all funds. We will be close to 110%, so that with any minor corrections that may be necessary, we will come to an absorption of 100%, meaning that not a single euro of the previous program will be wasted. I failed to mention the representative of the Hellenic Federation for the Disabled, which is with us today. They have been important allies throughout the years in all policies that we have tried to develop in that direction. So welcome once again, formally this time. Coming back to the evaluation of the program, I would like to point out a few things, a few references which I feel that they are important. First of all, is the creation, financing, and construction of the General Hospital of Chalkida, which was not just financed by the operational program of Sτερεάς, thus providing an incredibly important healthcare service to a region where it was much needed, but it also provided us with a source of joy and pride because it was finalized and handed over to the public at the beginning of the pandemic, when the entire era seemed dire and things seemed extremely difficult, and it allowed us to breathe, not just as a national health system, but also as a society, Greek society as a whole. And moving on, we have the 6 major cities, the 5 capital of our regional compartments and Thiva, Lamia, Chalkida, Livadιά, Larissa, Karpenisi, In those areas, we were able to implement a series of actions and projects that will provide for a very high absorption rate throughout the programming period, especially until we reached the call for tenders. Of course, we have some actions that are going to be phased into the next programming period. However, we are coming close to the conclusion of the natural gas project, which is something that is very, very timely. Crisis, however, is something that will end. Infrastructure will remain, and this project is all about infrastructure, a network providing natural gas throughout the entire region. This is also a huge relief for local households. What is more, in the next programming period, according to the rules and regulations of the committee and the European Commission regarding sustainable fuel, biomethane, we are looking into providing sustainable energy solutions all the way up to Fiotiva, Aliveri, and we believe that this most valuable technology will become accessible to the greatest extent of our region. Moving back to the company and corporate world, entrepreneurship fell under EPANEC. However, throughout the ROP, we've had 15 projects undertaken in tandem with other authorities. They are innovative technological actions. We've got 6 laboratories of the academia, 3 research bodies. We've got actions pertaining to SMEs and digital upgrades. We are providing support to 282 enterprises. SMEs are from 1 to 10 employees. That's what the SMEs mean in Greece. And they are the backbone of our society. And we're providing aids that can go all the way up to 80%. 12 investment projects for startups, SMEs, especially being here at Kamena Voula. This becomes even more important. We know that it is very important to focus in the tourism industry, which thrives here at Kamena Voula, and we want to focus on accommodation with small numbers of beds. We have already looked into energy efficiency and saving in businesses and households. The Execonomo project has allowed us to look into 11 energy upgrades. More than 200 residences have been private residences have been affected as well. We have expanded the drinking water network, including 12 pertinent projects. We have participated in a horizontal project of the Ministry of Education, providing electronic equipment to schools of our region. The one characteristic example is the music school of Chalkida that we will be visiting tomorrow with the task force present here today. I think that the mayor will be there to give us more detail. We have also provided equipment to all 12 hospitals of our region. And the pandemic forced us to review and reshuffle priorities, tripling our funds and going all the way up to €7.5 allocated to healthcare facilities. And this was the total amount of requests that were presented and submitted to us. And this is very important to me because we were able to cover all requests, administration, judging them all important in order to tackle the pandemic. Firefighting, we have new trucks, firefighting trucks, 25 new trucks. And when it comes to road safety, we have supported Hellas, the Hellenic police, with 25 new vehicles. We have undertaken road works, especially one very important part is the Vlaviani part. This being a very important part of the road network. It is not long, it is not an extensive part, however, it is highly mountainous, it was very difficult to both plan, survey, and complete this project, and it allowed us to unlock the Bralos Amphisa project, which has already been contracted and is about to move into the construction stage. So this is a very important part of the Theodora-Fokiva road and road network. Sewage and water processing projects, very important in our region. We are also upgrading 2 biological waste treatment plants in Thiva and Chalkida when it comes to solid waste. We have approved and we are implementing 2 new projects. Green points, ground bins, specialized vehicles for waste transfer. Mayor of Kamanavula, you are familiar with the waste processing plant, and we know that by 2027 we will have finalized, we will have completed many of these projects. We looked into the sorting system, which needed to be integrally and comprehensively evaluated. That shouldn't be just first in, first out. And we are working towards achieving a better and swifter intake, selection, sorting, and transfer of waste. Another very important point, all 25 municipalities in our region now finally have 1 community center each. By the end of 2023, this will be completed, and this is also part of the next programming period. We are looking into ensuring that infrastructure is suitable in kindergartens and primary schools, not just for fully abled, but also for disabled children. We have 5 local health units that will continue over the 21-27 period. We are financing all structures of local authorities, social groceries, social pharmacies. And by the end of 2023, within the new ROP as well, we will have finalized all abused women shelters in Lamia and Fokiva. We are continuing with the upgrade or construction of all daycare centers for the disabled and for the elderly. But these are all things that we will look into detail on during the next meeting. We have also created an e-bridge. This bridge was the inspiration of our previous regional authority, Mr. Bakagiannis. It is a very important action which combines European, state, and local funds in order to provide services to the grant public, also leveraging private funds for maximum benefit. We also undertook actions such as electronic wheelchairs and specialized vehicles for the disabled, raising awareness campaigns for the disabled. These were actions last year and this year that were met with a huge appeal in society, not just for the directly implicated people, but also for all citizens that were introduced to inclusiveness, that received information. It was quite impactful.
And to conclude with ITIs, since in the program that is under completion, we have significant interventions that are ongoing. The first and more iconic one is the ITI of the Asopos River Basin, that in conjunction with the industrial park of Nofita will transform a region with many problems into a pillar of environmental protection and economic growth at the same time. During this period, the whole groundwork has been done, which is quite substantial. And in the next programming period, we are going to have the fruits of this effort. Similarly, at a lower budget, but of a very high significance, we have the cultural corridor of Idipus, so in the character of ITIs regarding the highlighting tourist areas in the Sτερεάς in mainland Greece. The strategies are going to continue in the new program. Of course, they're going to be updated and revised. Of course, within the framework of the ITIs, we will have for our large cities the actions on sustainable urban development in Lamia, Theba, Livadia, Aliertos, in a geographic continuum. Initially, we had 17 million initially. We are going to end with more than 18.5 million from the new ERDF, for the new partnership agreement. I will have a brief mention on COVID. At the same time, with enhancing hospital equipment that I mentioned earlier, we were able to offer resources for auxiliary nurses and doctors, approximately accounting to 300 staff. The funding for the staff was extended to the last day of the program, December 31st, 2023. We mentioned already the equipment. A large amount was given to the sectoral program under the OP for competitiveness, entrepreneurship and innovation. The programs implemented by the Ministry for Growth, and new capital support of 25 million euros benefited 1,100 small and very small businesses within the pandemic, which is a program 89% of which was provided to businesses with up to 3 persons staff. So it was right at the heart of the small entrepreneurship. And the representative of the Ministry for growth, for development, and the EU representatives know that we had to have a very strenuous effort to reach this amount. And this was successfully completed. So only for the pandemic, we had approximately 75 million euros, almost 1/3 of the overall program, responding to critical needs. And of course, a whole raft of studies, since our programs need to have a continuation regarding maturity of projects in the municipalities, in the regions, etc., in order for these projects to become more mature and have actions to be financed under the new program. So only recently we have included 8.5 million for studies. Now our aim is to have a normal completion of the program, achieving its goals, the unhindered completion of the ongoing projects, and wherever this is not feasible, we are going to aim at as high an absorption as possible in order to to minimize the resources committed from the old program to the new program. So in this way, we hope that we'll have a complete, holistic, and cohesive framework of actions from 2014-2020 that will respond to the social needs. It will provide access for social opportunities, and through the typical entrepreneurship, we will be able to support our economy, insisting at the same time on supporting our most vulnerable fellow citizens through the ESF actions. Having said this, and I do apologize for taking so much time, I'd like to thank once again all of you for your presence here and for your productive cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Governor, Mrs. Panos. Since the mayor, who is our host, wishes it, he can have a brief address. He's not here. Okay. So in this case, we are going to continue. I'll give the floor to the Director General. I do apologize. I will give the floor to the chairman of the Association of Municipalities of Greece. So good morning from me. Welcome to Kamena Vourla, representing my colleague, Mr. Suriotis. The governor, the alumnus, Mr. Fibas, the representatives of the European Commission, as our governor put it, we are at the end of the previous programming period, with the hope and certainty, I might add, that we will be able to absorb ultimately the entire amount of the partnership agreement for 2014-2020. To us, this amount was always inadequate, as we have repeatedly said. Following the pandemic, we have seen that 1/3 of these amounts were directed to support society to overcome this very dire situation. However, we have acquired vast experience, and we see the future optimistically. We have larger amounts to handle and manage, and we are optimistic that the next period will be much better. There will be stability both at the level of government as well as at the level of the political situation in our area, our region, and this will allow us to make better plans. because more money means more joy, but also means a more strenuous effort. It takes more work. We need to invest in our efforts, and we need to speed up things if we are to have the best possible results in the least possible time. Of course, all this takes institutional changes in our services. We need more staff here to the region of mainland Greece. In cooperation with the Association of Municipalities, have managed to create a tool at the disposal of the region, the development agencies, Kapani, which is a useful tool, which I believe in the coming period will be the main tool to absorb funds through the partnership agreement in order for no municipality to feel that it is lagging behind vis-a-vis infrastructure needed. Because the fact is that there's lack of staff at the level of first degree of governance did not allow us to apply for all these funds that were direly needed. So with the certainty that we have before us a lot of work to do, and with a commitment that we will stand by each other in the coming years, I'm sure that all citizens will be able to hope for better days, better projects, more projects, and higher efficiency. Would like to thank the Mayor of Karpenisi and Chairman of the Regional Federation of Municipalities, Mr. Souliotis, the Mayor of Kamena Vourla, is going to give us a brief address. I'd like to welcome you too to Kamena Vourla. I wish you success in your work, sir. We will stand by you the way you stand by us, and you have been helping us. What Mr. Souliotis finds me in agreement. We want to have higher amounts of funding and financing in order to proceed to more investments. I'm talking about Kamena Vourla, where we have springs that can be exploited, and we hope that in the upcoming period we'll be able to be included, and we'll be able to exploit better the springs, and that we will be able to revive the Kamena Vourla metropolis. Thank you very much. We thank the Mayor of Kamena Vourla, and now give the floor to the General Director of the Ministry for Development, Mr. Firbas. Before that, however, I'll go 16 years back at Sofitel. I was responsible for yet another regional program, and around the table, Mr. Firbas said, well, they are asking me 70 million for the new Halkida hospital. Where am I supposed to get that money from? And indeed, because the program was really small for two consecutive periods. In the first period, 2007-2013, we had a very low amount. However, in 2014, with the contribution and assistance of Mr. Firbas, we were able to make it. Dear friend Yannis Firbas, we were able to get money, and today we have the jewel of our region hospital. Well, Mr. Firbas, thank you. It is on. I'd like to thank you for your kind words. Thank you very much, Governor. Thank you, Panis. Thank you, Kostas. The truth is that we've been working together for many years because under my capacity, I've been here for many years regarding community programs, EU programs, and in the past few years in particular, we have worked together very well together with the regional authorities. We were always there. We were needed where we were needed mostly. We came across difficulties regarding the allocation of the resources of the new programming period. I don't want to praise my own efforts, but your governor was insisting on the improvement of the allocation of resources, and on the backstage, we supported his initiative, and we were able to find a way to have a more objective allocation of resources. And ultimately, this 2021-2027 period allowed mainland Greece region, the Sτερεά Ελλάδα region, to have a huge amount of resources. Regarding the upcoming period, of course, it is up to you to prove that this progress that we've seen in the past few years regarding the effective implementation of the Sτερεά program not only will be completed in the current period with the percentages and rates that you have mentioned, but also this will set the foundations for a front-loaded implementation of the new programming period that it too will be important. From the side of the ministry, the General Secretariat for Public Investments and Partnership Agreements, I'd like to convey the wishes of the General Secretary for efficient work. Now, regarding this current programming period, we have one specific goal: efficient and effective completion of the current programming period. And if we need to have, in order to achieve that, the timely update and revision of the program, we call upon you, as the European Commission calls upon you, within July, on the basis of the instructions that we have sent you, to complete the procedures efficiently and swiftly regarding the last review, if such a review and update is required. If you don't belong to the category where there can be limited internal changes without submitting the review, then it's okay. But otherwise, you'll have to prepare tables to formulate the report according to requirements, etc. And I'm sure, Panis and Kostas, that you will be as efficient as you have been in the past, so as for you to be able to submit by September this update, this review to the European Commission, and then the European Commission will approve of this latest review by the end of the year, and this will allow us to complete successfully the current programming period program. Indeed, this has been a very difficult period, and we have been all able to prove that we can make the best use of the flexibility demonstrated by the European Commission through the amendments and modifications of regulations, and we have been able to make the best use and to take advantage of that swiftly, successfully, thus allowing us to complete the program successfully, having had to deal with a whole series of risks. I remind you of the pandemic, the financial crisis, the energy crisis, the Ukraine issue, and the unjustified aggression by Russia. And all this Well, our common tool, which is the cohesion policy, was able to have its own contribution to that. And I'd like to thank you for the invitation. And I think most of you have heard that, but I need to utter this, that it is high time for me, after so many years. This will be the last monitoring committee in which I will be participating, because first and foremost, there will be no other committee by the end of the year. I'll retire early next year, so I will always be close to you, in my mind. So I'd like to thank you all for these very nice period. It's not that easy. I don't know. Mr. Palamares is not here. Each time he would ask me, well, yeah, stay here. Okay, so please say hello to him from me. He will not see me in any other meeting. So thank you all for the work that we've been doing together for years. Thank you.
Ο κύριος Περιφερειάρχης.
Regional Governor. It is impossible to not intervene. Mr. Firbas, my dear friend Yannis, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and without having come into an agreement with the rest, please let me say that I speak on behalf of everyone, because you have stood by our side all this time. You have allowed us access to your knowledge, to your experience, to your counsel. I believe that your own trajectory speaks for itself. Please bear in mind that we will always be thankful, grateful. Hopefully, you will always stay by our side as an advisor, as a friend. I was going to go into this on the second meeting, but this afternoon meeting. But I would also like to point out that one of the major attributes of Mr. Firbas is his contribution when it came to correcting the wrong that had befallen Sτερεάς Ελλάδα region that had been neglected in the beginning. And this was a success not just on behalf of our efforts, due to our efforts, but also a success of many state services under the guidance of Firbas, Mr. Firbas. Thank you very, very much. It is too soon to say goodbye to Mr. Firbas. We'll be changing course. We have 7 months ahead of us. And throughout this period of time, we will continue our invaluable collaboration. He has become almost a local. I believe that as a pensioner, as a retired person, he will be spending more of his time in Sτερεάς Ελλάδα than back at the capital, and he will be able to continue assisting us in some way. So yes, thanks. This is a given, but you will continue to be by our side in the following months. Now, at this point, I would like to ask my colleagues and members of the European Commission to intervene. First of all, Mr. Panagiotis Pandazatos, Deputy Head of Unit for Greece and Cyprus in the General Directorate for Regional Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemos. Mr. Yannis Firbas, dear colleague, esteemed friend, may be saying that this is his final meeting that he'll be attending. For me, it is the very first here in Sτερεάς Ελλάδα. So that is a great joy, source of joy to me. I have participated in other actions and interventions, but not in this monitoring committee before. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is an important year. This has already been mentioned by the regional governor, by Mr. Firbas, because this is the last year that for this programming period, we will have full implementation on the 31st of December 2023, We will be concluding the program, and although it is a program that has been successful to a point, there is, however, still a part that needs to be completed and handed over. So let us avoid sweet summer vacations, and there are many projects that still need to be implemented, completed by years beneficiaries of the program. However, given that this is the final year, we should not restrict ourselves simply to the financial implementation of this program. It is also important to look at what we have achieved throughout the years. Given that we had an increased budget for this region, so what has been achieved when it comes to the financial transformation of this region, innovation in the corporate world, healthcare, education, and other social infrastructure. What was achieved when it comes to environmental protection and sustainability, to other miscellaneous infrastructures. It is important to take a look at what has been done, what you have achieved compared to the targets and objectives that you had set at the beginning of the programming period. And those achievements need to become common and key. They need to be communicated to the citizens of this region. Probably in the coming months, we will have a series of events, inaugural events. It is important at all times to highlight the major part played by the cohesion policy and by the European bodies and agencies. As Mr. Firbes has already said, it might be that you will decide that you need some kind of revision, perhaps moving an objective from one priority axis to another. This is something that needs to be finalized as soon as possible. It needs to be officially submitted by September, so following summer holidays. However, before it is officially submitted to the European Commission, it needs to be discussed. We need to have a preview of your ideas and potential thoughts, and we need to be able to discuss them. As you well know, the past few years, the European Commission colleagues by my side here have been there for you. We are still here for you to discuss things, to tackle problems and come up with solutions. So best of success, not just for these meetings, but also with regards to completing the program. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Padazatos. Now we will move to Mr. Lemonidis, who is responsible for the Sτερεάς Ελλάδα program when it comes to sustainable and urban development. Good morning. I do not have much to add to what Mr. Padazatos said. What I would like to say, first of all, is huge thanks to the managing authority for an excellent collaboration throughout years past. It is a pleasure to see that it is yielding fruit, and we are hopeful that the program will close with no issues and concerns. Of course, it is great to see that disruptions with respect to the financial issues of the 2014-2020 programming period have been smoothened out, but we also need to see how we will commence the new program with even more momentum. We are here to help you transition as swiftly and as seamlessly as possible. So once again, thank you. I hope that this will be an excellent meeting with the participation of all. Thank you, Mr. Solomonides. Our collaboration began 8 years ago to the minute, in this very room. And throughout these 8 years, his collaboration, his contribution has been much helpful and needed. And we believe that we hope that we will be able to count on him by the end, until the end of 2027, although retirement plans are becoming a concern. So please try to avoid that temptation. Well, no worries, I'm still young enough, so you will have to bear with me throughout this program. Ms. Karaitidou, would you like to intervene? Good morning. I don't have much to add. I fully agree with what the previous speakers have said. I would like to thank the managing authority for their collaboration. We will be standing by them. Anything you need, please do not hesitate to reach out. I hope that we have proven that we want and will do our best to be by your side. So best of success for the rest of the day. Thank you, Ms. Karaitidou. Moving on to the representative of the Directorate General for Employment in charge of our region as well, Ms. Melodiou. Good morning. I am with the European Social Fund, and first of all, I would like to say, to acknowledge the contribution of all of you, the members of the Managing Authority of the Central Services. You have provided us with an excellent collaboration this past year, because I've only spent a year in this post, even though it's been almost 18 years with the ESF. But I was lucky enough, I was fortunate enough to be placed in charge of Sτερεάς Ελλάδας in terms of the portfolio, and it's been a great source of joy because I have come to know wonderful colleagues here in Sτερεάς Ελλάδας. My only complaint is that many people still address me as Miss Melodiou, and we're not on a first name basis yet. I hope that soon enough you will start calling me Effie. On behalf of the Director General and my unit, I would like to expressly state that compared to last year, implementation has proceeded smoothly and seamlessly. And we believe that it has been irrefutably proven that the ESF has contributed in setting up actions, especially those addressing vulnerable groups and communities. And I would like to thank all the people in charge for having scheduled visits for us for tomorrow and the day after. It is a great pleasure for me to know that I will be able to visit the community centers, shelters, and this will allow me to better understand the work of Yevra Bridge. I believe it was an excellent initiative that has done a wonderful work so far and will be a very important ally in the next programming period as well. I would also like to point out that dialogue is ongoing with many local authorities, and we have focused in great detail on what has been provided to us by the managing authority regarding the implementation of actions. We are very satisfied and pleased with this collaboration. So I would also like to wish you a very successful couple of meetings today and reiterate a great thanks. Thank you, Ms. Melodiou. Let us proceed with the agenda. I will try to be as succinct as possible, because these are things that we have already discussed numerous times. We're going to be focusing on the progress of the program's implementation 2014-2020. Let us begin. We know that following the revision of the last revision, we have had funds that went all the way up to 216 million. However, the extra funds that allowed us to reach this amount went to supporting the employees and salaried people throughout the pandemic. You can see here per priority axis the expenditure. We see that the greatest falls to axis 5 and 3. Competitiveness, this was highly increased by the programs that the regional governor has already mentioned. And then we also have axis 9, which is about social cohesion and battling poverty. And here we have primarily interventions regarding health care, primary and secondary, the hospital of Chalkida playing a key role. Implementation up to the 8th of June, you see how we have various amounts. Overall state expenditure 193.23 million. You see the co-financed expenditure in orange and approvals in green. There are there's expenditure that has already been undertaken. Real absorption is at 95% today. And then we have regional expenditure, which is almost 20%, meaning that we will move from 85% absorption rate to 105, and these primarily concern natural gas entrepreneurship with 3 very important and significant actions that are being implemented and by October will be largely completed. The construction regarding the road network has already commenced. We have had actions that will move towards the end of the year so that we would get maximum absorption and there would be nothing left to be transferred into the next program period. We see here the 80.5% absorption, how it is broken down and itemized. The steps taken here had to do with avoiding any kind of risk arising at the closure of the program, excuse me. There will be no risk. We feel that within the first half, we will have a full coverage met. I will not repeat side projects and achievements that the regional governor went through them and even commented on all interventions that we consider emblematic major interventions for our program. However, I would like to point out that we have significant results coming from the construction of this infrastructure, a drop in gas emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. We have 2.5 kilometers of new cyclist ways, and we are looking into sustainable urban mobility. We see that already. It is an excellent exercise, this new result, a very good prerequisite for the next program, for the coming programming period, where we need to have all sustainable urban development plans fully planned. So we will have many increased accessibility and mobility, sustainable mobility actions that will take place. 60,000 citizens will be benefiting from a project which is now taking place in Lamia. I believe it is already completed, but I'm not certain. As the regional governor said, we have new firefighting trucks and vehicles, 16 cultural projects already contributing to an increase in accessibility and visitors in various sites, and we believe that we will have thousands of new, tens of thousands of new visitors thanks to these projects. For example, we are reinstating parks and urban areas. We will have 8.5 kilometers of new highways from Vravia to Variani. Hellenic Police has been supplied with 65 approximately new vehicles in order to upgrade its fleet. We have equipment supplied to 8 hospitals now being implemented because we've had other hospitals where equipment has already been supplied. The only endeavor that we have not been able to successfully tackle was being able to provide hospitals with new ambulances. We know that there have been many bottlenecks when it comes to for tendering new ambulances. This is unfortunately an action that needs to be undertaken in a centralized way. ECAV needs to be involved. We know that there is need for this. And when the centralized services were unable to intervene in 2 other regions, the results were not optimal. In our region, ever since 2003-2004, we have not had new ambulances, and it is now a dire need to upgrade this fleet. We have 68 actions under the auspices of the ESF and free access to preschool facilities such as kindergartens and daycare centers. We have allotted 19 million euros with approximately 9,000 beneficiaries such as parents and guardians. 95 disabled kids have already benefited from projects targeting education. When it comes to specialized support of disabled students, we were able to fulfill all requests. 10 structures providing main goods and basic goods have been set up, and they are counting also thousands of beneficiaries. This is therefore a result-oriented approach for all citizens throughout the region. Community centers have been created and established in all 25 municipalities, benefiting 2,500 people so far.
And of course, we have structures providing for mental health services, 312 beneficiaries, 2 structures for people with addiction, 212 beneficiaries, abuse to women support structures, 1,502 individuals. We have 3 structures of daycare for people with disabilities, 50 beneficiaries, supported living centers of the capacity of 18 people. And of course, there's going to be a special presentation of the Yefira project, you're going to see about the positive work. We have 12,211 individuals benefited from the YEFIRA program. The provisions for implementation, overall expenses, 109.5%, that is 35 million, accounting to 6 to 7%, will be projects that will be transposed to the new program. These include also phasing programs, phasing projects, excuse me. Now, what are our actions vis-a-vis the continuation of the implementation of the program? The managing authority closely monitors the implementation of the projects on the basis of an expenses plan, bearing in mind the targets within the performance framework in order to avoid deviations and derogations. By mid-July, we will have submitted the review or update draft. We have already tested the model, and we have completed all our work vis-a-vis the transfer of resources from axis to axis. So the managing authority also cooperates with the intermediate managing body, FEPAE, in order to complete the investment plans as much as possible, because we consider them significant. We want them to be completed within this period, and this is the most appropriate period from September to November to have as many successful completions as possible of the investment plans for medium-sized enterprises as well as small and very small enterprises. And also we have had technical meetings with the European Commission, the national managing authorities, and the new special service for the ROP's monitoring, and the executive units in order to have coordination and normal implementation. We abide by the timelines and timetables, and according to the management and control system, there's a special task force to support beneficiaries. We make sure that we get assistance from experts and other external partners aiming at speeding up implementation of the operations included. And of course, we examine scenarios for the closing of the program. Nowadays, we have reached a conclusion, and this will be depicted in the proposal that we are going to be submitting to the Ministry, to the Commission, and officially in September in order to have the last review of the current program. Moreover, currently, we're in the process of preparing the transfer of projects to the new programming period. The main criterion will be the safe closing in order to avoid loss of resources. This is going to be on the basis of the eligibility criterion control and meeting the requirements. There's going to be a whole raft of calls for the projects to be transferred. And we hope that we will have this completed in 2 months' time. And we will be continuing the sustainable urban development strategies and the ITIs, aiming at completing them within the 2021-2027 period in all 4 major cities of the region. A more analytical reference to the maturity studies. There have been studies called for flood protection measures, potable water, etc. Overall, we had 54 such studies, 8.5 million, very close to the initial targets. Our aim was to include 10 million, and this will greatly help in the middle phase of the program to have new studies that will enrich the program, and such projects that will be included under the new 2021-2027 program that has increased resources but increased requirements also for its implementation. Thank you very much for your attention. We'll be given the opportunity to discuss as soon as we have the completion of all the presentations. Now, within the framework of publicity, we have a very intensive preparation for the actions of publicity. So within the framework, we are going to watch a draft video that we have prepared, and by the last quarter of this program, we believe that we will have achieved full publicity of the ROP.
Στερεά Ελλάδα 2014-2020. Ένα πρόγραμμα, εκατοντάδες δράσεις. Με απόλυτη διαφάνεια και απτά αποτελέσματα, αξιοποιώντας περισσότερα από 193 εκατομμύρια ευρώ δημόσιας δαπάνης, καταφέραμε να στηρίξουμε την επιχειρηματικότητα και την καινοτομία σε περισσότερες από 1.400 υφιστάμενες επιχειρήσεις και να επενδύσουμε σε νέες. Να προωθήσουμε τον πολιτισμό και τον τουρισμό, αναβαθμίζοντας 16 χώρους πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς και φυσικού κάλους, με ξεκάθαρους στόχους για την αύξηση των επισκεπτών στην περιφέρειά μας. Να συνεισφέρουμε στην προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, με την ενεργειακή αναβάθμιση 11 δημόσιων κτηρίων και περισσότερων από 375 ιδιωτικών κατοικιών. Να βελτιώσουμε την ποιότητα ζωής των πολιτών μας, κατασκευάζοντας 327 χιλιόμετρα δικτύων φυσικού αερίου σε 6 πόλεις, εξυπηρετώντας πάνω από 170.000 κατοίκους. Προσφέροντας τους τομείς της εκπαίδευσης, αναβαθμίζοντας σχολεία, και της υγείας, ολοκληρώνοντας το νοσοκομείο της Χαλκίδας. Εξοπλίζοντας τα 8 νοσοκομεία της περιφέρειας και χρηματοδοτώντας τις τοπικές μονάδες υγείας. Αναβαθμίζονται δημοτικοί και υπαίθριοι χώροι αστικού περιβάλλοντος μέσω των δράσεων των στρατηγικών της βιώσιμης αστικής ανάπτυξης. Ενισχύθηκαν η πυροσβεστική και η ελληνική αστυνομία με νέα οχήματα. Χρηματοδοτούνται δράσεις για τη δωρεάν πρόσβαση στην προσχολική εκπαίδευση και τη δημιουργική απασχόληση, αλλά και την εξειδικευμένη εκπαιδευτική υποστήριξη για μαθητές με αναπηρία. Χρηματοδοτούνται δομές για την παροχή βασικών αγαθών, την παροχή υπηρεσιών που αφορούν στην ψυχική υγεία, σε εξαρτημένα άτομα, στις κακοποιημένες γυναίκες, στην ημερήσια φροντίδα των ατόμων με αναπηρία και των ηλικιωμένων. Για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για τους πολίτες μας, για την καλύτερη κοινωνική συνοχή και την ανάπτυξη της περιφέρειάς μας. ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Η παρουσίαση καλών πρακτικών θα συνεχιστεί.
We will continue with the best practices, good practices presentation. We are going to hear about Yefira. Mr. Kamsaras is going to give us a presentation on that. Ms. Meleti would like to intervene. Congratulations, an excellent video. Now, 2 proposals here, just for you to think about them. If there's the possibility to have it translated into English, and I'm talking about subtitles rather, and for every project to see in English the ESF and ERDF, so that we can have it on the European Commission's maintenance. And my second proposal is if you can convince TV channels to air it on May 9th, because this is Europe's Day. Thank you very much. Excellent. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes, this is a draft video, as I've said. It's going to be further enriched. We will take this into consideration. Also with the representative of the People with Disabilities Federation. Yes, sign language also, and this was a first effort to present the results of the program. It's going to be further enriched, and this is going to be the basis of the publicity. So, presentation of the Gefyra project. Good afternoon to those attending. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to thank the managing authority. I'm going to give you a brief presentation and overview of the structure for which we are all proud. This is for social inclusion actions. Having heard the previous speakers, I found out that we have something in common with Mr. Pazatos. I am invited for the first time in a monitoring committee meeting, and I hope that this won't be the last one. So I will attempt to have a history presentation. I started with the local government 20 years ago. I was head of the Up at Home program for the municipality of Stelida, and I couldn't have imagined that there would be a time where we could talk about another European project that was born 6 years ago. This project, so this program, or rather the structure that makes us real proud, is the structure to support actions for social inclusion, and its name is Gefyra Bridge. So, if we want to share with you some typical data regarding the establishment of this structure, as I've already mentioned, this was established back in 2016 by virtue of a special decision. And this was included in the operational program with an initial budget of €1,200,000, and the timetable for its implementation was 36 months. So this was within the general framework of the strategic planning of the region of Sτερeás in order to plan and implement immediate social intervention actions for vulnerable groups of the population, and to become a coordination point for the policies of social inclusion in order to be able to follow up the implementation and to evaluate the implementation and to define the priorities in social interventions. The special service, having acknowledged and recognized the work implemented by the structure, and having acknowledged the need to continue to provide social interventions, it has extended the implementation duration by December 5, 2023. So we're talking about more than 6 years. And we're also at the pleasant position to inform you that this will go on in the next program period, 2021-2027. Now, a few words regarding the basic objectives of the program: combating poverty and enhancing and strengthening social cohesion. That is, actions that would contribute to social cohesion taking into consideration social, economic data from the past few years. The physical objects per se was the implementation of rapid intervention actions to provide the relief to vulnerable groups, and cross-cutting intervention in groups of beneficiaries, the implementation of actions that were not covered or were partially covered by other bodies combating poverty, the establishment of a system of continuous cooperation between the region of Sterea and the local social and economic partners, and enhancing the active participation of citizens and of social bodies. The main principles of operation of the structure, three pillars, three poles: immediate intervention, implementation of new actions, and dissemination of results to society. Through immediate intervention, we were aiming at achieving multiplier benefits both for society as well as for suppliers and agencies related to the implementation of actions. The implementation of new actions. I'm talking about actions that had not been implemented by any other social body or structure up until they were the subject of implementation by our own structure, aiming at improving daily lives and providing specialized services to vulnerable groups. And the last pole was the dissemination of results. We were always acting independently within the institutional framework established for the operation of the structure, under full transparency vis-à-vis the relations of the structure, the evaluation, the efficacy evaluation, and the takedown of the results for society. The areas of intervention of Yefira. Well, here we have 5 pillars of intervention. The main pillar was the coordination, monitoring, and evaluation of the course and implementation of the project at the level of the regional entities. Since our structure, well, there's a central structure and the so-called antennas and our regional units, in order to have an effort to implement it throughout the region to cover or to identify local social needs. The second sector of intervention pertains to networking and interconnection of local bodies of social care, since we found out that at the level of the region, although there are many different bodies, social services, welfare services, etc., there was a gap in networking and experience sharing between all these bodies and agencies. The third intervention area pertained to mobilization and raising of awareness of the public. That is, through our actions, so we were aiming at raising awareness and at calling for the active participation and support. Fourth pillar, the expansion of best practices vis-à-vis social innovation and implementation of new techniques. And of course, the fifth one had to do with promotion and development of the volunteers network through local volunteers groups. Now, as I mentioned already, there is the central structure with our partners in all our Well, our team consists of 19 project partners and 3 partners who are permanent executives from the Development Fund. We have installed our own IT system where autonomously we run all operations when we implement them. We have also provided for the system of IT where beneficiaries can get information on our actions. So we have completed the design of intervention actions model, and vis-a-vis the operation of the structure, as of its establishment, there has been a certification mechanism that is a mechanism whereby, depending on the contribution, or rather, we have assigned the contribution of service bodies and of contractors in the implementation of actions.
In order to become a bit more specific with specific figures, we are at the pleasant position of being able to say that as of August 1st and to this 2017 to this day, we have implemented 29 actions of direct social intervention. Analytical figures regarding the actions, these go up to last week. Direct beneficiaries amount to 13,458 people. Indirect beneficiaries are 14,383 people, and we have a total of 689 companies that worked with us for the implementation of these actions. These are all regional data. The benefit, the money that was utilized for the benefit of the beneficiaries amounts to €1,203,597, itemized as follows. Approximately €428,000 came from private sponsorships and donations. Private individuals embraced the functioning of Yefira, and of course the objective, the scope one for which it was created. €652,000 approximately came from the partnership agreement, and we also had financing from the budget of the Regional Development Fund. In order to see the territorial itemization, you will see that a large part went to the regional unit of Eubia. These are all numerical figures, data. We have about 2,134 people in Theotida, 1,026 people in Kiva. Let's have a look now at the actions that helped and allowed us to be able to claim that we tried to achieve social cohesion. The first action, which was also the first in terms of time, dates back to 2017, was the Archizo action, which is a pan between the words beginning and living. These are actions. We have already undertaken 6 cycles of those actions in order to provide extraordinary financial aid to kids of the first grade of primary school with vouchers, allowing direct beneficiaries, so these very pupils, to use them, to cash them in order to meet basic needs regarding the provisions necessary for the school year. As you can see, we started off with 60 euros for the years 2017-2019, which was something that needed to be increased. So we went up to 80 euros for the year 2020 and 100 euros as of 2021. The direct beneficiaries have been 1,703 pupils, 6,047 are the indirect beneficiaries in terms of family members, members of the families that these kids were a member of. And the bookstores and related companies that indirectly benefited were 274 companies. The cost of vouchers is 128,000 euros approximately. The next action was Access for All. It took place in 2018 and it provided electrical wheelchairs to uninsured disabled people with a permanent walking disability and a disability percentage of above 67%. We had therefore wheelchairs provided to 7 uninsured disabled people, either paraplegic or tetraplegic, and 37 members of families were indirect beneficiaries. Another action was Frodizo. Our aim was to facilitate the purchase of baby commodities, so baby care products. This was singular in the sense that no other body had provided such assistance, such aid, and this was for families that were living below poverty limits within the region of Sτερeάς, Ελλάδας, mainland Greece, with providing them with vouchers of 120 euros. Indirectly beneficials were 286 babies. Then we have as indirect beneficiaries 815 family members and 30 relevant companies. 35,000 euros approximately was the overall cost. Another successful action was learning foreign languages. We realized I would like to intervene and say that we shouldn't see all 29 actions. Let's stick to the major ones, the most emblematic ones, so that we have some time for discussion. Okay, since I have already launched this slide, this was a benefit for covering a part of the annual fees relating to learning as foreign language, a junior English language. And it was vouchers of 180 euros in order to cover part of the fees. You spoke of major or emblematic actions. After school was another successful action that tackled providing material and money for families in order for the kids to have extracurricular activities. Another very successful action, if we are to take into consideration 7,000 applications. We had warm home. That was an action. The first donors were by Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and after 2019, it is supported by the NSRF. This is something that we need to point out. You will also see that we mention in all pertinent slides the fact that these actions have been supported by the NSRF. In the warm home action, It was a very successful action based on the demand that arose. It provided vouchers of financial aid in order to purchase heating fuels with the provision of vouchers of 200 euros. The direct beneficiaries were 1,403 families, and the cost was 163,000 from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and the remaining funds were covered by the Regional Development Fund. Then we have the action Spoudazo, a study. This was an action that is systematically sought after by beneficiaries throughout Sτερεάς Ελλάδα. It allows us to provide vouchers for food to families living below poverty, the poverty threshold, that also had graduate students as members of the family. And you saw the financial data regarding. And the action on the third age, golden age citizens, the objective was to improve quality of life of the elderly throughout the region with respect to both nutrition and preventing accidents at home. This was an action that identified and recorded needs of the potential beneficiaries. The cost was financed by ESPA, the NSRF, by 74,000 euro. This action is about providing food to the very poor and homeless, and it targeted these people in the regional unit of Theotiva due to the pandemic, due to many problems that arose. We were faced with a very difficult situation. The churches that were providing food to such people were no longer able to support that, and we provided help with supporting these churches, providing meals, with direct beneficiaries being 300 people and 43,000. And we also provided similar service to the homeless of Evia. Here, 300 homeless people as well benefited directly. Then we had Katikon Teva, and this means that during lockdown, because of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to provide home deliveries of foods and supplies to the beneficiaries. And those beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries, were 7,485 poor people, and the cost was approximately 100,000 euros. During the pandemic, we also run a hotline providing support by specialized experts. This included telemedicine provided by the local medical associations, and all citizens of Sτερεάς were direct beneficiaries. Telemedicine services was another action, similar action, through covering the entire region and 4 specialties: pediatricians, general practitioners, general pathologists, and pulmonologists. And this was carried out with the contribution of physicians. Last year, we ran an action learning how to take care of people with dementia. We run online seminars and psychological support sessions. We wanted to organize those seminars and provide them to all people requiring them. Direct beneficiaries were 102 people, and 20,000 euros approximately was the cost. Physical therapy in special schools, special education schools. Here, the objective was to support not just by providing physical therapy sessions, but also specialized rehabilitation equipment and to various schools. So apparently we were unable to pick out a few emblematic. Let me just point out at this point that this presentation will be uploaded after, however, and this is a request on behalf of the people in charge, there is a correction clearly expressing the amount covered by the NSRF, so that we can also take note of the contribution of structural funds in a very important intervention such as YEGNA. Let us conclude. Given that I don't have much time, I ask you to bear with me for another minute. I would like to close with the action of regarding providing interactive boards to schools throughout the region. You see the direct beneficiaries and the cost of the action. We will be taking into consideration the observation of Mr. Lemeth, and the pertinent figures will be included in the presentation. Mental health and internet, that was a very important action for us as well. It allowed us to provide a free distance learning program on the topic. We had direct beneficiaries, 111 people working in the various social structures. In association with the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, we were able to provide knowledge and allow for a dissemination of knowledge regarding risky behaviors online, on the internet. The cost was 37,000 euros approximately. Moving on with the action French for all ages. Babis, please. We have a very long agenda ahead of us. I'm trying to be as brief as possible, but I truly believe that this is something that both myself personally and as member of a very important initiative, we are very proud of what we have been able to offer to citizens in need. This is a final action, all of us together, all of us equals. We had with us the president of SMR, the Confederation for People with Disabilities. This is a week, an awareness-raising week for the disabled, with a series, a host of actions in Lamia, all major cities of the region of Sτερεάς, Ελλάδας. We had invaluable allies, the Hellenic Paralympic Committee, the Paralympic champions themselves, the direct beneficiaries were disabled people throughout the region. The cost of the action was 121,000 euros approximately, but the benefit derived from this action was that it was hugely acclaimed and widely embraced by our fellow citizens, especially schools who were provided with the opportunity to participate in all events, all races and sports events that took place under the umbrella of this action. And we believe that as of the next day, the objective is to formulate a behavior that is free of discrimination against the disabled. Thank you very much for your attention. I apologize for the fact that I may have taken up too much of your time. Thank you, however.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casaras. I repeat that we are going to upload this presentation after correcting the contribution of the ESF and after preparing a concise table regarding the finding of actions in order to be able to present this good practice. So, with this, we close the specific session and we move on to the fourth topic of the agenda, which has to do with the evaluation of the operational program. Mr. Koutsikos, good morning from me as well. We'd like to thank you all for responding to our invitations regarding the monitoring committees and for accompanying us in the tour of projects. And now I move on to the last item of the agenda, the information on issues of evaluation of the program. Regarding the monitoring of programs and actions, and in order to draw conclusions and take-home messages, we have prepared an evaluation plan. This is a dynamic document which is updated on the basis of the needs and the development. Now, the aim is to improve planning, programming, and quality of evaluations of the operational program, the provision of reliable and documented information, the establishment of a framework to design the evaluation of impact, securing that the evaluations of the program will provide the necessary resources and inputs. Now, in this evaluation plan, we include all evaluations undertaken regarding the operational program or specific actions thereof by the managing authority, as well as forecasting thematic evaluations undertaken by executive units of ministries or other managing authorities of ministries or central bodies. Overall, we include the ex-ante evaluation, cross-cutting evaluations, thematic evaluations, separate thematic evaluations under ELDF and ESF, aiming at evaluating and assessing efficacy, efficiency, cohesion, coherence, added value, impact, appropriateness, etc., and the reports, the summary report of the results of the evaluations. The ex-ante evaluation of our own program was undertaken back in 2014 and it contributed to the formulation of 2014-2020 program. The drafting of the evaluation plan was back in 2015. Together with the evaluation plan, and it was submitted to the monitoring committee back then. What have we done so far? The first evaluation of efficacy, efficiency, and implementation of the program in 2017-2018. We examined the efficacy, efficiency, and implementation of the program. Evaluation of the actions regarding the reconciliation between work and family. It included the evaluation of the two first cycles of actions in the years 2014, 2015, and 2015-2016, an ongoing evaluation of the planning of the third cycle, and the conclusions were used for the review of the program in 2018 and the better planning from the next cycles. Now started for the evaluation of the operation of structures supporting women victims of violence under the ROP and the operational program on the reform of the public sector. Another evaluation of the local health units. There was this horizontal evaluation by the executive unit of the Ministry of Health. Evaluation and assessment of the implementation of the territorial, the spatial, tools and instruments in Greece and the programming period 2014-2020, undertaken by the Special Service for Strategy, Planning and Evaluation. It included the proposals for the planning directions in the region vis-a-vis the coastal area zones, the safeguarding of areas in urban centers, the proposals for the study regarding the specification of new ITIs and new urban development, sustainable urban development plans have been taken into consideration. Now, the main conclusions of the study, you can see them here. I won't take more of your time. Evaluation of social structures, yes, another type of evaluation, which followed the common framework of specifications, as these had been sent to us by the Special ESF Coordination Service. So the structures evaluated, community centers, the basic goods provisions structures, soup kitchens, social pharmacies, social groceries, day centers for the people with disabilities, for the elderly, etc. The main conclusions, I won't refer to them because you can see them in print here. Moving on. Another evaluation of actions of special education. This was undertaken by PANAVM with the cooperation of the ASEC, the Special ESF Coordination Service. The evaluation of the impact of partnership agreement resources encompassing the impact of the pandemic. This includes positive and negative results, weaknesses, gaps during the implementation of actions to strengthen entrepreneurship. Future actions. We are currently at the procedure of review of the evaluations plan, which will be concluded in July 2023, aiming at including in the updated edition the evaluations that have already been completed and ongoing evaluations. The ones that are ongoing, well, this is the second evaluation for efficacy, efficiency, and implementation of the operational program. There will also be an evaluation of the communication plan and impact assessment evaluation. We will have publicity for these projects, and by the end of this period, we will have the evaluation of the communication and publicity and horizontal impact assessment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Koutsikos. Going on with the agenda, there are special issues with intervention of the National Coordination Authority. I don't think that there's a special intervention. Besides, Mr. Thebas from the National Coordination Authority has talked about the targets set upon closing the programs. This is the most substantial thing that describes the framework of our work in the past 6 months, whereas in the next meeting, we will have significant interventions by the coordination service. So concluding, we can open a cycle of interventions and comments and remarks by all the members of the Commission. I give the floor to our colleagues from the European Commission if they have any remarks, and then we'll have a tour de table for those who would like to intervene. I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself as soon as you're given the floor. Mr. Pantazatos. Yes, I had the general remarks in my first intervention, but I simply like to mention here a very specific intervention sector that had been planned for the present period. This was one of the most ambitious actions with quite a few meetings and discussions. I think that no one will be satisfied with that, since there has been not so significant progress. I'm talking about the ASOPOS interventions and the Inofita area interventions. We hope that in the new programming period, the planning will go according to schedule, but it is important for us to see what was it that hindered the implementation. What were the problems? We need to tackle them in order to avoid repetition of the problem in the coming years. I think that this is an area where we didn't achieve what was expected. Thank you. Now, I will give you answers wherever possible immediately. Otherwise, we'll get remarks and answer them at the end. I have to tell Mr. Pandarzatos that he's right. The ITI for ASOPOS was a very ambitious one, innovative one. There have been meetings since 2016, 2017, both in our region as well as in Brussels, on this very ambitious ITI for ASOPOS. What actually was the case was having planned it with an innovative governance framework that was given the form of law. If you remember, we've reached the necessary stage of maturation of very difficult interventions. The governor said that this is in the background, this is action in the background. We're talking about very difficult interventions in our program as well as in the sectoral program of the ministry. I'm talking about flood protection, actions and mapping of the illegal outflows and the design of reversing pollution measures. I'm talking about the ASOPOS River, of course, always in conjunction and in cooperation with the private plan of ASOPOS, private investments within the zone. The most iconic one is the creation of the unit for the processing of liquid waste, industrial waste, that is. This is crucial too. As of 2019, all these were at a stage of maturation of very difficult interventions, and we believe that quite a few of them have become mature. I'm talking about the health and environment observatories that we have included in our program and that are going to be transposed in the new programming period. And this will lead to a much more important progress in implementation. This is not a plan that we abandon, but rather is considered to be of vital importance for the region.
President of the Technical Chamber of Theotida, excuse me, Eastern Sτερεάς Ελλάδα. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like, now that we've reached the closure of this 2014-2028 programming period and drawing from the intervention of the President of Health, to say that we need the evaluation to reach, the assessment to reach a certain stage. We have seen recently that there are questions regarding understaffing that need to be tackled. This has already been mentioned. I believe that this is not just our service that is concerned with such an issue. I believe that we should lay emphasis on that in order to resolve this topic, this situation. We should also look at the problems that arose with respect to submitting requests, with respect to the technical meetings that need to be increased in frequency, because there is a handicap versus the next programming period. So we need to remain alert, not feel that we can sit back and enjoy. We need to take a good look at all issues and concerns arising from all bodies implicated that are undertaking a huge struggle in all aspects of life within our region. So we need to see how we can submit proposals in order to improve the situation, in order to reach a level of better absorption of European funds. The difference in between the financial objective of the two programming periods is quite significant, which means that we need increased harmony in the relations between the managing authority and the technical services that submit proposals. So I believe that we should increase the number and frequency of technical meetings, and we should codify the actions in order to make it easier for the bodies implicated to meet their obligations and responsibilities. Thank you very much. We will go into this in this afternoon's meeting. I believe, however, that it is something that bridges the two meetings and that is easy to resolve in the future. Thank you to the president of the Technical Chamber of Eastern Sτερεάς Ελλάδα, the representative, the person in charge for the evaluation of this region, Mr. Lianos. Kindly use a microphone there. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemos. Regarding the first evaluation that Mr. Koutsikos mentioned of 2018, the conclusions of which allowed us to proceed to a revision of the program, the percentage of funds for the Στερεάς Ελλάδα ROP, which were directed to ITIs, was 95%. We had ITIs, ASOPOS, Sustainable Urban Development Strategies. These three made up for 95%. This huge percentage in programming terms, which was planned to be directed into interventions on the Asopos River, was not completed by a certain appointment of bodies that would be able to carry out this intervention. There were difficult private investments that were envisioned, such as green investments, and there was at the time not even an institutional framework for green investments. At the same time, we had technical works that unfortunately were not linked to expertise and know-how. For example, local authorities in the region, in the area, could have participated. They did have some know-how, they did have some expertise on such interventions. And a third aspect I would like to point out is that the private agents were to a large extent overlinking and overlapping with companies working around the Asopos River. These were all childhood pathologies that decelerated the implementation of interventions. And I believe that there is a moral to this story, that it is great to plan, but at all times we also need to ensure which body will need to implement each intervention. I believe that was the first weakness with respect to the ITI of Asopos River. It was indeed a huge endeavor which needed 3 operational programs, not just the Στερεάς Ελλάδα ROP. I do not claim that there was some problem with the coordination, because the National Coordination Agency did try to coordinate from the very beginning. But when we have different interventions of varying technical difficulties, and a large part of the investments are focused in sectors where there is no framework, I believe it was overly ambitious. And this is why it took so long for the side projects to mature.
Ευχαριστώ τον κύριο Λιανό.
Thank you, Mr. Lianos. I think that very briefly he provided us with the backbone of the Asopos River ITI. I will repeat myself, it was an endeavor which was brand new to Greece as a whole, this huge partnership, private-public partnership. We presented an intervention to Mr. Rasmussen last year at the Nofite, especially regarding the private sector of the PPP, with respect to the sanitation park. I believe that once we pick up where we left off, given that in between projects have matured, things will look completely different compared to the previous programming period. From the very beginning, the implementation was anticipated to take place post-2023. Let us move on with further interventions. Ms. Meletiu from the ESF and the Directorate General of Employment and Social Policy. I would like to raise a question regarding evaluation assessment at the end of the programming period. Have you investigated, have you looked into complementarity of actions in between RDF funded projects and with the national sectoral programs? I believe it would be useful to do so as a foundation for the next programming period as well. I am taking note of your question. We will try to see whether we can provide you with an answer. I do not have in-depth knowledge, so I cannot provide an answer immediately, but I do believe that all in all, synergies are always examined. And when it comes to, as Mr. Koutsikos was right to remind me, within the framework of the OP, there is a co-evaluation of the actions at the level of the OP, and the second evaluation has already been assigned and is underway. Your name? Voyagis from the Financial Chamber of Central Sτερεάς. I would like to mention something because what Ms. Meletiu said is a very critical issue. Currently, especially when it comes to actions supporting the unemployed, providing counseling, we have numerous actions in 3 sectors. We've got the ROP, we've got EPANAD, we've got the recovery facility, which is very important when it comes to green skills and digital literacy. I feel that currently the end beneficiary, the unemployed, sometimes lacks access to information. I believe it would be critical to check opportunities, to try to detect opportunities to create a network of bodies that will disseminate knowledge and information, providing both a printout of the actions, what they do, and providing us with the opportunity to avoid overlaps, to create synergies and networks. Very often we have, for example, a term that the beneficiary cannot follow 2 seminars within 2 years. But this can lead to a lack of a single coordination and monitoring point that would allow us to check the efficiency overall derived from all 3 financing sources in order to have optimal results. Thank you. Mr. Firbas, I would like to answer this very interesting remark from our colleague. It is true that there is a series of financing instruments, to put it simply, which is both a blessing because it amounts to a host of funds and an issue in the sense that we don't have a perfect coordination. There are overlaps and so on and so forth. As the National Coordination Authority, we have decided, and this has been included in the NSRF as a report, that for coordination purposes, we will be setting up one more mechanism within one of our services that will coordinate with the recovery facility. The recovery fund, this of course does not solve problems because the end beneficiary, practically speaking, cannot allow such a coordinating structure, which is actually a coordination in between the large sources, the two large sources of funds. And we are taking note of what you said. We've already identified the need for something closer to the end beneficiaries. But bear in mind the following. The first to lead in taking the first steps, we need to coordinate. Ourselves, we need to ensure that what we will provide you will have both cohesion, a lack of overlaps, and what is most important, no different ways of providing benefits to the end beneficiaries, because then we have a rivalry of sorts in between the various sectors, and the final recipient becomes confused. So we want what is available via the recovery fund to be also available in a pretty similar way via the regional municipalities unit head. And this is why I'm taking note what you said. Maybe Yefira, which functions on a regional level, could also bridge this gap, becoming a multiplier of information in our jargon, at least, so that the recipients, the beneficiaries, are informed as they should be, and so that they know how to understand the fine writing. For example, that if you do this for the next couple of years, you cannot do that. So everybody needs to be well informed regarding long-term commitments, responsibilities of end recipients. It is true that we have a long way to go, but this was a novelty for us. With our colleagues from the European Commission, we attempted to come up with a distinction between the various programs, taking into consideration what is provided by the Recovery Fund. It is true that we still have a ways to go, and we hope that in the near future, this will be included in the numerous things that we need to do to coordinate, because it always requires all-inclusive will to coordinate. Thank you, Mr. Fibas, the representative of SMEA, the Confederation of Disabled People. Good afternoon. I would like to make a brief observation regarding results. I will be using an example to make myself clearly understood. Direct beneficiaries in an assisted living home are 4. However, the indirect beneficiaries are the families of the people residing within those homes. And if we consider that each family has an average of 4 members, we have a further 8 beneficiaries, indirect beneficiaries. Another indirect beneficiary is the surroundings of this home, the neighborhood, the companies that are working with this accommodation, the hotel owners where they will be vacationing, all those shops and stores, the entirety of society existing vibrantly surrounding this accommodation. And this also applies to the centers of care for the elderly. We have direct beneficiaries, which are the elderly, the staff, the schools that facilitate this entire procedure, providing outlets to the elderly. So there is we shouldn't just focus on the absolute number of direct beneficiaries. We also need to take into consideration indirect beneficiaries and try to describe them in such a way as to make it even more clear what is being achieved thanks to the funds of these bodies and agents. Thank you very much. Let us proceed. I am taking note of this observation too. As you said, as you saw, both from the presentation by Yefira and from what we've been discussing, it is not easy to describe and to delimitate indirect beneficiaries. Mr. Stavro, from the National Coordination.
To continue on what Mr. Koutsikos presented, SAE has already undertaken the conduct of evaluations of impact or impact assessment for two of the most important strategies of the period, the impact on the strategy of smart specialization and the strategies of ICI. Now, or spatial development. So we have synergies between the ERDF and the ESF, and we are going to study these synergies in the assessment and evaluation of impact for smart specialization. I'm talking about the thematic objective 1, 2, 3, and 8. And regarding the strategies of territorial development, we'll have the specific objectives regarding the improvement of urban centers and the implementation of employment initiatives. We have sent towards the managing authorities the first methodological remarks and questions, and we expect you, there are specific questions addressed to you vis-a-vis the particularities of these two strategies in your region, to give us your comments so that we can incorporate them in the evaluation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stavro. We move on. Any intervention, any question? I don't see anyone, so it's high time we call upon our governor to move on to the summary and the conclusions of today's meeting.
Ζητώ συγγνώμη για την έκτακτη απουσία μου.
Do apologize, I had to leave. So, having completed the presentations of the members, I think that we can move on to conclusions. So the monitoring committee of the operational program of 2014-2020 for Sτερεάς that has been established by virtue of so-and-so decision of the governor as modified by The decision X has met on June 19th in Kamena Burla, following the invitation by the governor. Now, in the seventh meeting, 29 members with a voting right were present. 5 members without voting rights, 44 members with voting rights. Following quorum, the agenda was approved, including the approval of the agenda, the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, the presentation by the chairperson. In the second part, we had the presentation of the progress of implementation of ROP for Sτερεάς 2014-2020. Secondly, the video that we watched. Thirdly, the presentation of the good practice regarding Γέφυρα projects, the structure for the support of social inclusion actions, and the issues regarding to the evaluation. So the third stage, the interventions of the national coordinating authority, interventions by the participants, and the conclusions. The fifth element. Now, the monitoring committee, following the presentation of the items of the agenda and the discussion, has concluded the following. First, there was unanimous approval of the minutes of the sixth meeting. Secondly, the presentation by the chairperson, governor of the region. There were interventions by Mr. Nikola Suliotis, by Mr. Yannis Sikiotis, by the Director of Strategic Planning, Mr. Yannis Spivas, and representatives of the European Commission, Deputy Head of the GG of Regional Policy and Urban Development, Mr. Pantazatos, Mr. Ioannis Solomonidis, Ms. Christina Karaitidou, representatives of the General Directorate of Regional Policy and Urban Development, and finally, Mr. Vermeletti, representing the General Directorate of Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. The head of the Special Managing Authority for the ROP of Sτερεάς informed the committee, mentioned the basic points. The committee was informed on the objectives under the performance framework. There was reference to the transition to the new program, or the new programming period, 2021-2027, and the actions in order for the continuation of the program take place, a presentation of video. There was a presentation of video on the RP 2014-2020, presentation of good practices under the Γέφυρα project. Mr. Haralambos Kasaras presented the action as good practice. Information and issues of evaluation of the operational program. Head of the first unit, Unit A, Mr. Yannis Koutsikos, presented analytically to the members of the committee the evaluation issues of the ROP of 2014-2020, pertaining to the evaluation reports and the revision of the evaluation plan. And Other items, conversation, discussion, and interventions by members of the Monitoring Committee and other agencies and bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, if we all agree, we can approve of the conclusions of the 7th Monitoring Committee meeting. Thank you very much. They are approved unanimously. And I think that does it. Thank you once again for this very productive meeting. We hope and think that this is one of the reasons why the program, despite its difficulties, etc., flew smoothly and is led to a successful completion. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor, for concluding this meeting, this morning meeting. We will stop here. We will have lunch break until 12:30. You can have lunch at the hall just next room on our right. And I'd like to ask you all to be here, to be back at 2:30 to go on with the meeting for the monitoring committee for the new program. Thank you.
Θα σας παρακαλέσω να καθίσετε για να ξεκινήσει η συνεδρίαση της Επιτροπής Παρακολούθησης. Λοιπόν,
η νέα μας προγραμματική περίοδος ξεκινάει με το γνωστό νήσιν 2 έτη συν 20.
So our new programming period is about to, or rather the new meeting begins. Welcome to the second meeting of the Monitoring Committee for the 2021-2027 operating program of Sτερεάς Ελλάδα. Thank you for your participation. Before we begin, let us all approve the agenda. Thank you very much. I would also like to ask you to approve the minutes for the first meeting of the Monitoring Committee of this operational program. Thank you very much. During the first meeting, we were able to refer to the benchmarks that of all the endeavors that were achieved. We are working with 426 million, approximately 2.2 times more than with the first programming, the previous programming period. So things no longer feel unjust and unfair for our region. I will never tire complaining about this injustice, and I will never tire thanking all those who played a part on behalf of the European Commission, the Greek Ministry of Development, the bodies throughout our region who contributed to making that change for the better. Honestly, there are many people who united in this single effort that yielded these results that come with a higher burden of responsibility, of course, so that we can be even more efficient, we can be even more comprehensive in providing for the needs of Sτερεάς Ελλάδα, both in terms of development and in terms of support to the citizens who need it more than others, so in the framework of social policy.
Η φιλοσοφία της διαβούλευσης η οποία μας οδήγησε εδώ δεν εξαντλείται βέβαια στην προπαρασκευή.
The consultation mentality did not exhaust itself in the first meeting. We started straight away with a broad as well as meticulous effort to further broaden the scope of this program. These days we have concluded 5 daily seminars of dialogue and setting priorities with Lamia, Livadia, Chalkida, Amphissa, and Kapanisi, major cities throughout our region, with an overall participation of the entire institutional system, if I may use those words. We will continue on our daily contact with all bodies involved, and we also have some sectoral meetings with people that are stakeholders, both within our geographical region and beyond, so that we will be able to take advantage of all the opportunities provided by this program. What can be financed? How can it be financed? When can it be financed? From whom and for whose benefit can it be financed? In the coming months, we are organizing the entrepreneurial discovery procedure in order to come up with new projects to boost entrepreneurship, especially in the R&D field and innovation. We are constantly in contact with political officials from the fields of finances, education, healthcare, in order to be able to start the tendering procedures as swiftly as possible. Mr. Lemos, I would like you to make a reference while you make your intervention regarding social economy. I believe that it's very interesting for all participants so that they know what we are looking towards and forward to doing. So we will be participating in issuing guidelines, recommendations, technical specifications. We are collaborating with the state on both a technical and service provision level. We have already undertaken a number of steps. To this day, the 19th of June, we have specified 22 actions with an overall budget of more than 500 million, meaning that we are already moving towards calls for tender. And there has been the first symbolic and substantial approval in this program. We are hoping to reach a number of 31 tendering procedures with more than 131 million euros budgeted public expenditure, i.e. 26.7% of the overall funds of this program. So within the year 2023, 1/3 of this of our funds will be tendered for beneficiaries of infrastructures, of actions, of the social fund, of anti-flooding protection, road network construction and maintenance works and projects, cultural projects, social projects, upgrading of public buildings, and of course, ITIs. I would like to make a clarification at this point. Very often we are asked, and I think this is a field of public debate now, what the percentages of the new program that will be necessary for us that will be required for us to conclude actions that will not be finalized in the current programming period. I mentioned it in my intervention of this morning's meeting, the 7th Monitoring Committee meeting. 6 to 7% only of the new program will be taken up for actions related to the completion of projects of the previous program. And I believe that the people in charge will also be able to corroborate that this is a very low percentage comparatively. So we have almost a full program fund for us to implement our objectives, to achieve our objectives. And of course, this transition has to do with the Gravia Variani project that I mentioned in the morning, as well as other smaller actions. We are moving forward with a great feeling of pride, working on the bridge being the Yefira project that Mr. Kasaras presented to us. We tried to keep what he had to say short, but trust me, Yefira, this bridge is the project that we are most proud of, and we're really going to work to make it even better. So we began a few days ago the implementation of the new program for Sτερεάς Ελλάδα. And I think that each and every one of the partners to this very important endeavor will stand by us, and we will, of course, stand next to all implementation authorities and bodies, not just because this is an institutional responsibility and obligation for us, but in depth, substantially, meaningfully, in any way we can be helpful to them so that they can plan, survey, draft, and finalize, construct and finalize their own action. And I'm talking about the finalization of actions because we are all result dependent. Many bodies ask us very often how we will move on, and we have taken a strict decision to invest more funds compared to the past, the maximum possible in terms of technical assistance, meaning those actions that help accelerate the maturity and act as catalysts for major projects. Of course, we want projects to be implemented, and we want at the end of the period to be able to offer our citizens projects that are both mature and completed. In closing, I would like to thank once again the Ministry of Development, the Minister himself, Mr. Adams Georgiadis, the Vice Minister, Mr. Tsakiris, who was responsible for our financing, and last but certainly not least, Yannis Firbas, our beloved Director General, who has honored us with his presence today, as is the case for the representatives of the European Commission as well. I would also like to mention two commissioners, Ms. Elisa Ferreira, Commissioner for DG Regio, and Mr. Lasmith, who Mr. Rasmussen and Mr. Paquet have been incredible allies and by our side on every step of the way. And of course, Ms. Karaitidi, Meletiu, Pandazatos, and Mr. Solomonidis. Thank you very much for your assistance and welcome to this second meeting of the Monitoring Committee for the 21-27 LP for Sτερεά Ελλάδας. Welcome. Thank you, Regional Governor, Mr. Spanos. And excuse me, Kostas, I hate to interrupt, but I left somebody out. I would like to thank you, Kostas Lemas, and all of your associates, because the managing authority is a jewel for Sτερεά Ελλάδας, for our region, not because of the beauty of its people, but for the beauty of the work that you are conducting. So thank you very much. Thank you, Governor, for those kind words. I think that all my colleagues are blushing right now, as far as I can see. We are here and we will persevere. Thank you, Governor, for our excellent collaboration for the past 4 years now. And being somebody who has worked with 6 political executive officers, I am very confident in saying that this collaboration has been meaningful and Mr. Spanos has made it worthwhile. Let me ask Mr. Firbas to make a short intervention regarding the new programming period. Thank you, Kostas. When it comes to the number of political leaders we've been working with, let me just say that during the past elections, I became curious and I counted and I saw that I've worked with 22 ministers and 16 secretaries general. So yeah, I got you beat. There is nothing that I would like to add further to what I've already said. I would just like to underline the importance of having the managing authority take advantage in the best possible way of the ease provided to us by the European Commission that I wish to thank once again from the bottom of my heart when it comes to their understanding of what we have been calling transferred projects, because it is true that we were all extremely bureaucratic. In this sense, we would use the term without really understanding what it meant. And the European Commission has proven that it can be both flexible and able to ensure proper interventions are made. And the key mentality is that there is no need to try to hide our head into the sand. Once we have a project that we have decided to dub as transferred, it means that it has gone post-evaluation and the approval stage from one managing authority to one programming period, meaning that the managing authority, provided of course that it is fully eligible, and that it meets the targets set. And in this case, the only thing that remains to be done is evaluate the criteria that were not utilized previously because they were not part of what was anticipated at the time. Carsten Rasmussen has taught us that only incremental criteria are to be evaluated. So what we did on our behalf was to issue some guidelines about instructions about how to distinct the transfer projects from phasing projects, which we used to call bridge projects, and there were many regulations in place. Here, this is no longer the case. So as a national coordination authority, I would like to invite you to mobilize yourselves as soon as you have a clear picture of what you want to do. Some projects do meet the criteria and are fully eligible for the new programming period. And if you don't really need to use them for closing 2014-2020, we would like to urge you to move as swiftly as possible towards specialization, meaning that there is no need to repeat specialization processes, but rather undertake specialization with the help and under the auspices of your regional government in order to submit the necessary supplemental documents with a checklist. Yes, this has been already approved by the managing authority in the previous period, and we can proceed. So I would like to beg you, as soon as you have a clear image of what needs to be done, to begin so that you can reap the benefits of what is an excellent practice, allowing projects and programs to be forward-looking so that we can speed things up, because 2025 is not that far away. So best of luck, best of success. It is now that the program is starting to become activated. The National Coordination Authority via SECT has already undertaken lots of work coordinating, and we have communicated, I think, most invitations. I think, Emanuela, there's only one or two that have not been sent out yet. So you've got the basics, you've got the foundation to move forward with your applications and requests, and we will continue to be by your side with our coordinating role. Best of luck and best of success.
Thank you very much, Mr. Firbas. Your advice is always valuable with your remarks, etc. And you'll see in my presentation as well that having been bombarded by the Special ESF Coordination Service with all the calls and the specialization of criteria, etc., we have already specialized and specified all such actions, and we have a good picture of what is going to be phased under ESF. The first part pertains to the sustainable urban development projects that we know will be transferred to the next program period. Then there are two cases, one or two cases remaining. we will have a clearer picture in the next few months as to these projects in order to issue the calls. Of course, we are going to hear more on that in my presentation. What is of interest to the bodies, etc., is not the phased projects that have already been included, but rather the new ones. So we need to strike a balance, not to consume the first year implementation to ESF and ERDF phasing projects, but also issue new calls. This is the challenge. So Mr. Badazatos from the European Commission, the first intervention. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemus. Good afternoon to members of the Monitoring Committee. Thanks again for this invitation to participate in today's meeting. This is the second meeting for this programming period. It is an important year because we are now entering the phase of implementation of the program that has been approved almost a year ago at the end of summer 2022. And the first important message I'd like to convey is that at the end of 2025, we will have for the first time the implementation of the N+3 rule for the present period, a significant amount that needs to be declared, more than 35 million regarding community contribution, EU contribution. It's a significant amount if we consider the expenses that we need to have per day for the next 2 years. We're talking about significant amounts. So therefore, we need to immediately proceed to specialization, the eligibility criteria, the calls, the evaluations, the inclusions of projects, etc., in the first expenditure. Now, allow me to refer to 2 or 3 issues that make a difference as compared to the previous programming period. During the negotiations we held last year, we commonly, jointly agreed, the European Commission and the state, on certain things that will show a difference. Water sector, an holistic approach of the entire sector, be it potable water or wastewater, actions pertaining to digitalization of agencies, their energy upgrade, etc. So an holistic, integrated approach of the water sector. Now, until early autumn this year, we need to see the instructions that will be agreed in cooperation with us and JASPERS to see what the instructions will be for the specific providers, and we hope that by autumn 2024, the calls and projects to be in accordance with these instructions and this approach. I remind you once again that by priority, we'll have Class C settlements. This is our main priority. This is the obligation that stems from community regulations. And we also have the opportunity to intervene in settlements with lower population as a second priority, but always in accordance with a master plan that is to be drafted by the Ministry of Environment. And now in the area of waste, there is a big difference. We have the circular economy rules, the very high objectives vis-a-vis recycling and the percentage of landfill use. We are lagging behind. We have a great distance to cover vis-a-vis the sectoral program that's going to be financing infrastructure, the recycling units and recovery units. in the ROPs, we have through the green points the contribution to these objectives through the actions on the collection and separate collection and sorting of garbage at the source. So the program needs to contribute to that in cooperation with the regional agencies that that will be approved. There is another enabling condition that has been approved in the previous months following the approval of the operational programs. So this is enabling condition pertaining to innovation, and we encourage you regarding the regional OPs, because most of the actions will come from the sectoral program of competitiveness. Now, regarding the most specific part of regional innovation, you need to activate this quickly and declare the relevant expenditure. Another point pertains to the sustainable urban developments and the ITI that has been mentioned in the morning session in an emblematic sustainable urban development you have in your program, the one for Asopos and Inofita, where we didn't have the activation expected. We hope that the problems that have been identified will be dealt with, and with that we will soon have the activation of this territorial intervention together with all the rest that are underway and are being planned. More particularly, I will refer to 2 points regarding the ITIs. One of the points provided regarding the implementation are the sustainable urban mobility plans. One of the criteria for the success of the relevant interventions, we are waiting for the municipalities and the competent bodies to activate, approve, and start the implementation of the relevant plans. This is one of the main criteria, and it's going to be a criterion for success of these interventions. Yet another sector is the sector of road safety. Let us not see this under policy objective 3 vis-a-vis the large road interventions, major road interventions, etc. in transport. The biggest percentage, the highest percentage of casualties in road traffic accidents come in cities. So this is where we need to intervene within the sustainable urban developments to be within the objectives set by the country regarding the reduction of deadly accidents by 50% by 2030. So I wish you success in the works of today's meeting, and I wish you success in the implementation of the program. The cooperation is as always excellent with the managing authority, the region, with all the sectors, the national coordination authority, the coordinating authority, etc., and all the ministries. One of the factors for the success of this program is the cooperation that we have achieved that's going to be continued. So I wish you success in the works of your program. Thank you very much, Mr. Pantazatos. You were clear and delineated the very important issues regarding the new period, the holistic approach vis-a-vis water, solid waste and wastewaters, etc. Aside from entrepreneurial discovery that's going to be giving us precisely the raw material in the region on innovation, and a cycle of communication and contacts with the three universities, with schools in the region, because, mainland Greece does not have its own mainland Greece university, but it has three, the University of Thessaly, the Athens University, and the Capodistria University have schools in various cities. And so we're going to hold a very specific discussion with these three educational institutions to identify opportunities and potential for development of research and innovation, both in the public sector as well as in the private one, through entrepreneurial discovery processes. Already in the morning, we've said that 2 out of the 4 cities do implement sustainable urban mobility plans. This is something that has been greatly studied, such as electric buses or remote signaling and remote management, etc. But we are waiting to see many more such actions on the basis of a central policy that needs to be designed by the competent ministry regarding road safety. I am in full agreement, but on the other hand, I cannot but point out that we have very limited resources under policy objective 3, because road safety, aside from strengthening the traffic police with the equipment in order to achieve reduction of violations, we also need to intervene vis-a-vis infrastructure, not only within the urban network, but also in the small peripheral roads network, in order to avoid these road accidents that we find close to the smaller cities. So I'll end here my brief intervention, and I'll ask my colleagues from the European Commission to add something. And Mr. Solomonidis, I don't have many things to add. I simply wanted to point out that, as I've already mentioned in the morning, it's really good to see that this new program 2021-2027 has twice as much money as the previous one. So this distortion has been corrected. On the other hand, as I've already mentioned in the morning, we have higher this responsibility vis-a-vis its implementation. I'll give you some figures, indicative, so as for you to understand. I calculated the working days from today until the end of the eligibility period, that is December 31st, 2021, 2029, and every day we need to have expenses of 260,000 euros. So 3 years per second. It is a significant amount if one thinks of that way. So I'd like to call your attention on that, to do whatever it takes for the programs to be implemented, of course, never to the detriment of their quality. Thank you very much. We thank you too. Ms. Karaitivi. I don't have anything to add. I've been fully covered by my colleagues. The fact is that we need to be prepared to work hard, because this is going to be a very difficult period. We have doubling of the budget of the program. We have high challenges, new data, as Mr. Pantazatos mentioned. So since we have still pending the absorption of the previous program period, and we are going to have a successful closure, you need to issue calls for the closing of the previous programs. So it's too much work ahead of you. So don't rest on your laurels, and everything's going to turn out fine. I wish you success in the works of today's afternoon meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karaitivi. The one thing we are loath to do is to sit back and relax. And I am especially concerned about how we can increase performance in order to be able to tackle a program that is 2.2 times bigger, larger, and more significant for our region. And this is precisely why, as the governor said, The first thing we will do is to associate a large part of the technical assistance, link that to people wanting to submit proposals, to participate in the calls for tenders, because it's not the managing authority or the governor or anyone of us who will be implementing the projects. It's the final beneficiaries, the contractors. They are fully responsible for the short-term, mid-term, long-term planning, for the maturity of projects. And maturity is not just a technical survey or a technical study. There's the satellite issues abounding. So for any project to find its footing and commence development and implementation. You may remember back in the years 2016, 2017, there was a gap of 360 days, 1 year, in between tenders, calls for tenders, and the actual contracting. So this is a time frame that has not been shortened as much as we would like. And I believe that this is a sore point for our implementation process, because there are many bodies that complain about low absorption rates, or about delays, and this is something that we need to delve into meticulously. Ms. Melati, kindly take the floor. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be participating in this second monitoring committee meeting close to 1 year after the beginning of the program, and I see that progress has already been made with respect to tendering, with respect to transitioning from the previous program to the current program. There are some remarks that I would like to make, debriefing of sorts regarding ESF Plus. With respect to ESF Plus, we have, with the collaboration of ASECT, put together task forces that are thematic in nature. One of them monitoring progress, for example, regarding care of children, inclusivity, and inclusion of the Roma people. There are several sectors actually that reach out to have an impact on children. There are many sectors that were problematic in the previous programming period. And the main objective of these task forces is to meet with local, regional, and central stakeholders in order to discuss challenges regarding planning and the implementation of projects in order to be able to move forward, perhaps change course, bring in good practices from other member states where possible. Of course, there are many challenges in our future, but I would like to congratulate the region for their strong commitment that has already been proven in the planning stage of this program towards all key sectors of intervention policies based on the approach of the ESF. For example, guarantees for children. Other issues that I would like to touch upon, we may discuss them or not later today. As you well know, the evaluation plan needs to be approved for the Sτερεάς Ελλάδα operational program, needs to be approved as soon as possible, so we need to discuss it today. Then we will move on to how to integrate third country nationals. And a very important topic is to boost capacity building for civil society organizations and beneficiaries. These are all key concerns of the ESF. The thematic task forces that have been set up need to bring forth agreements regarding planning of actions in order to increase capacity building. Sτερεάς Ελλάδα has dedicated 1.5 million euros approximately for these objectives, whereas Greece has dedicated approximately 57 million. Please do not hesitate to reach out to us, to discuss with us any needs, any development needs in any sector whatsoever, in order for us to avoid coming to the end of the programming period and saying that, yes, we had a lack of interventions due to an inability to plan and implement projects, or because there were no timely assessments and timely action adaptations and adjustments. So let us make sure to make this programming period successful. And let's start with a very successful meeting today. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Melanthiou. We have lots of important topics that we need to discuss, and we will have presentations from many colleagues, but first the mayor. Well, regarding what you said, which is very important, you said that 15 years ago, things were hugely different with respect to the tendering procedure. 15 years ago, we knew who the contractor would be half an hour after the end of the tendering, of the call for tenders. And nowadays, it might take up to 2 years. If we do not change that, it is a huge waste of time. And let us not forget that we have internal, in-house pathologies as well. We need to make sure that the central state revisits the entire procedure. We need to do something. 15 years ago, as soon as the tendering procedure was over, we had an opening of the bids, and we knew within half an hour, 1 hour, the same day, who would be the contractor. This now is a whole different case. Time went by, we had a financial recession, we've had an energy crisis, and now it takes forever. But this is a very important factor which can counterbalance the understaffing we are faced with in our services. The primary local authorities have many challenges to face because of the understaffing, and of course Skapani can help us. But if we do not have sufficient support from the state and some changes made, then we will not be able to move forward. Thank you, Mayor, and you are correct. We need to enter into a very swift procedure, not endless debates and dialogue, in order to reform and revisit the contracting procedure for all sorts of projects. We are aware of that. And it is true that the framework ever since 2016 and all the laws we've had ever since, things are difficult, and there have been extraordinary challenges such as the pandemic, such as the energy crisis, that have made things even more difficult in terms of moving on with the contracting part. And we are aware of that, and we clearly state that it is by no fault of stakeholders, local stakeholders. So what I will try to do is to avoid delays on myself and try to speed through my own presentation so that we can reach topics of interest. So let us move on with the implementation calls of the 21-27 Στερεά Ελλάδα OP. Once again, financial terms, 426 million euros. The axles, associated axles corresponding, you see priority 1, policy objective 1 with the RDF. You're familiar with this data. 170 million for both funds, almost 107 million on behalf of the ESF, a very important budget. And we also have increased funds in other priorities as well. As you can see here, this is the overall public expenditure, how it is subdivided in order for us to be able to support services. I think that the only thing that structural funds cannot do for us is to help us staff our services with permanent staff. I think that everything else is something that we are willing to help with. Of course, it is not their role, it is not their mission. Very few things regarding the funds. We have seen that at Arahova as well, how the funds are allocated per axis, per priority axle, axle 1, axle 2, initial objectives. Here we have very basic and fundamental infrastructure, the energy upgrade of public buildings, civil protection, water ring, green and cyclical economy. Axle 3 with ports and as regards their green infrastructure. ERDF, Axle 4, 1 with respect to education, with respect to all that needs to be looked into for this programming period, cultural, sustainable tourism, and then we have Axle 4.2, ESF funds, primarily. And here a host of interventions and continuing ongoing actions, as we said in other meetings as well. Almost all social actions currently being implemented by Program 2014-2020 are going to proceed, are going to persist, with the exception of mental health actions who will be financed by the state in order hopefully to fully ensure their continuity. And at this point, I would like to point out that with this program, we will be, as soon as we have approved all ongoing and continuing actions in order to allow for new sectors here to remain uncovered, to remain in the past. So we're going to be focusing on social economy. In Greece, we're talking about primarily KINSEP as a key stakeholder. We've got two aspects, two angles here: investments and capacity building, as Mr. Meleti and Mr. Panazatos very properly said, so that companies can by themselves upgrade and sustain their own activity, and the services will be able to upgrade and sustain their own activities as well. Axle 5, ERDF, we've got non-temporal investments as well. Quite a few new actions in this field that we are currently planning. They are the one with in northern area is definitely emblematic. We will be focusing not only on mountainous regions, We've got Karpenisi, for example. We've got the ITI for Larissa, for the Sterichios River. There are experts right now drafting a report, and our ambition is to be able to perform important, significant interventions with respect to the ITIs, those that have already been planned, but also with respect to the plans of sustainable urban development that are focusing primarily on primes and will include sustainable mobility plans. As the governor said, we have already 2 invitations for actions that we are well familiar with. One has to do with integrating children in preschool, children that may be disabled. And the second, you see the overall cost, 5 million approximately. And the second has to do with interdisciplinary advisory consulting structures, providing learning support and not just. So far, we have identified 22 specialized actions at percentage percentage of 12.2% of the overall program. You see the total budget. We've got 11 actions under the auspices of the IDF and 11 under the ESF. We have already tackled transferred projects that will be a part of the new actions, and these actions are ongoing, utilizing the criteria provided to us by SECT, the special authority for ESF funded programs. In order to avoid that these actions may fall out, we have already taken the necessary steps to know that within the first half of 2024, we will have completed the first stage. We also have specializations within the priority axle 3, targeting the Hellenic police, and not just that. These are all ongoing actions under axle 4.2, as I mentioned before, in order to allow for continuity, especially with respect to the social fund. And as soon as these are completed, we will present new actions and new projects. Axle 5, all transferred projects falling under the 3 sustainable urban development areas and sectors, and they will be integrated in the upgraded plans of permanent plans that we will be submitting. And we are scheduling tendering for 31 calls for tender, with an overall budget of 113 million approximately, meaning 28% of the activation funds for this program, with an extra 62 million regarding all that the governor mentioned: energy upgrade of public buildings, anti-flooding systems, watering, green corners, solid and liquid waste treatment, especially as regards who does what, improving road safety, upgrading preschool facilities, upgrading primary and secondary education units, upgrading and providing equipment to healthcare facilities. So these are all under ESF, the ESF. And as soon as these are complete, we will be developing new actions, prioritizing social economy, as I said before, and under Axle 5, where we have primarily transferred projects. We have discussed this in March with the European Commission. We have decided to prioritize There's projects that have already been approved, and with respect to a sustainable urban development, what we're doing is we think that we don't have enough time, and the coordinating bodies will bring to us a proposal in order to transfer the project under their initiative. Of course, this will be part of the new programming period.
So we see a map with the proposed territories for the implementation of ITIs. We'll see a table first and foremost before we move on to the map. Now, let's see what comes up from the study regarding the ITIs of the new period, the four SUDs, the Sustainable Urban Development. You see that they are continuing the AGRAFA ITI that pertains to two regions, Thessaly and mainland Greece, and three cities. The Spercheios affluent, the Lamia Commission, and the mountainous remote areas of Britannia, Theotida, and Phokida as new ITI and new intervention. The map simply gives you an overview.
Οι σχεδιαζόμενες όχι και αστικές και χωρικές. Ποιες είναι οι ενέργειες για την εφαρμογή.
Extension. You can see the actions for the application implementation of the ITIs. We are going to hear more on that by Ms. Mamai. But in fact, in April 2023, we had the appointment of members on behalf of the Special Managing Service, and we will move on in July, the new cohesive team. We will continue with the consultation with the candidates, etc., for the final identification of the appropriate spatial entities. In September, we hope that we will have the issuance of the call. Definitely, this will have been issued earlier. Regarding the sustainable urban developments, we hope that we will have issued the one on the continuing sustainable urban developments. There is the time limit of 18 months from the approval of the program. And of course, we are going to send a letter to have the establishment of a cohesive group or team, work team. Now, a few words about the course for the promotion of the Regional Council for Research and Innovation, or innovation. So within the framework, this framework, we will have the completion of the composition of this regional board, its re-establishment, to promote and monitor the implementation. Of course, this is supported by working groups by priority sector under risk 3. We have executives from the region, etc. The support center, the operation support center, it will continue in this period with a very specific role of the entrepreneurial discovery process and the investigation of sectors of research and innovation in the region, to support also the works of the competent coordinating instruments. There has been already a study regarding the actions pertaining to the entrepreneurial discovery processes. Thank you very much. We are going to see further details, of course, during the discussion that's going to follow.
Θα συνεχίσουμε με τα ειδικά θέματα Η κυρία
We're
Κουρούση.
going to move on to special items. Oh, Ms. Kurusi from SECT, the Special ESF Coordination Service. Yes, thank you. Three brief comments on what you mentioned earlier with regards to social economy within the framework of the working groups Ms. Konom talked about. We have already discussed extensively with agencies or representatives of the collective instruments, social economy sectors and the Ministry of Employment and Labour, and we have identified three fields: the financing instruments and guarantees due to lack of microfinancing mechanisms, the necessity to establish supporting agencies for circular economy and social economy, and of course we have consultations to have criteria of evaluation of such actions. Regarding the Helios program, there too there has been work done at the level of working groups. There are some institutional issues that arise from the status of the body that's going to be implementing this. There has been an extension granted until September. Therefore, the call will come after the second quarter of 2023. Regarding the mental health structures, we had the provision of 24 months of financing from the ROPs, but there is the commitment to undertake their expenditure from the national budget. Thank you very much, Ms. Kurusi. We are aware of that, and this was the second action. The first one was the one mentioned by the governor regarding the auxiliary staff under COVID. This was the one extended until the last day of eligibility, December 31st, 2023. Since we are going to have the national budget, so the state budget covering for that afterwards. And now we can move on to the special items, the interventions by the Stavro, who is going to talk to us about the progress for the approval of the enabling conditions.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους και όλους. Πέτρο Σταύρο από την ΙΣΑΕ. Θα σας δείξω δύο μικρές διαφάνειες για τα θέματα των...
So let me show you two transparencies regarding the progress of approval on enabling conditions and the evaluation for the period 2021-2027. We need to know that it's going to be really brief and short because most of that has already been presented in Arajo in the first meeting of the monitoring committee.
Στην πρώτη Επιτροπή Παρακολούθησης μιλήσαμε για το τι είναι οι αναγκαίοι όροι. Ουσιαστικά είναι δύο πράγματα, προϋποθέσεις υλοποίησης.
In fact, we have two things, the conditions for implementation and the broad framework of programming. During the first period, the fulfilled enabling conditions out of 20 were 11, 3 horizontal ones and 8 thematic ones. And now, today, in the second meeting, we have 16 enabling conditions, 4 horizontal ones and 12 thematic.
Στο μεσοδιάστημα αυτό έχουν εγκριθεί δηλαδή τέταρτος οριζόντιος αναγκαίος πρόσφορος όρος που αφορά την υλοποίηση και την εφαρμογή.
Of the fourth enabling condition, horizontal one, regarding the implementation and application of the Convention of UN regarding the rights of the people with disabilities, and the four thematic ones, the correct governance of the national or regional strategy of smart specialization, and for one, the strategic framework of policy for active labor market policies, for 3, strategic framework of policies for the system of
για την ένταξη των Ρωμά.
education and national strategic framework of policy. Now, what remains to be implemented is three enabling conditions for which we have sent self-evaluation documents to the European Commission, and we've had we are
ο επικαιροποιημένος σχεδιασμός για τις απαιτήσεις.
ongoing negotiation. So we are talking about 2.5, the updated planning for the required investments in the areas of waters and waste, 3.1 and 4.6, the strategic framework of policy of health and
πολύ κοντά στην
long-term. 5 and 4.6 are very close to being fulfilled. And the negotiation is ongoing for 3.1. There's also the enabling condition 2.6, the updated planning for with management. We do have developments, but the country has not sent an evaluation document to the European Commission. A few words about the monitoring of the enabling conditions. The framework is provided under Article 40 of the Common Provisions Regulation, and Article 41 as well, pertaining to the monitoring of enabling conditions within the framework of the meetings of the annual review. And currently, we have a national mechanism under establishment, a national mechanism for the follow-up of enabling conditions, because according to Article 15, paragraph 6, the initial fulfillment of enabling conditions can be revoked if it is deemed by either the member state.
Για τις ανάγκες αυτές του monitoring των αναγκαίων όρων βρίσκεται υποδιαμόρφωση εθνικός μηχανισμός follow-up. Τέλος, πριν από λίγες μέρες εστάλησαν σε όλες τις υπηρεσίες και στους αρμόδιους φορείς εστάλει η τέταρτη έκδοση του καθοδηγητή.
Few days back, we were able to come up with a guide for the application of enabling conditions, April 20. Well, the third and final was June 23. So April 21, October 22, and the final version was this very June. This was what I had to say regarding the enabling conditions. We will proceed with Mr. Stavro regarding evaluation and assessment of the projects and programs. A few things here. We already know from the first monitoring committee, a meeting where we presented the evaluation report regarding the 21-27 programming period. The difference versus the previous programming period is that now we are struggling to isolate those results and those impacts of the interventions of the program, instead of focusing on the same approach as we had for the 2014-2020 programming period. Right now we have a framework, or rather the basis, the foundation, based on which we can proceed with evaluation procedures. We have publicized the work form 4 regarding projects for the 21-27 program and their assessment plans. We have decided to set up the assessment evaluation network for this programming period. We have set up the help desk regarding the use and approval of use of additional indicators, and we have looked into managing indicators during the transfer of actions from the 2014-2020 LP to the 21-27 LP. We all know about the work form number 4 that has to do with the evaluation plan, which needs to be submitted at least 1 year post-approval. Following that, we know that this is a very dynamic tool that is revisited throughout the programming period. The key coordinating bodies are ASA and ASEC, which are responsible for co-funded programs, co-funded actions. The horizontal evaluations will be a supplement, an addendum to all evaluation plans, and we see based on the cycle how the entire procedure needs to evolve, starting with the initial mandatory evaluations, moving on to consultation and the participation of the various stakeholders and the decision makers that needs to be facilitated. We need to ensure the quality and sufficiency of data that will allow us to facilitate the entire evaluation procedure. There needs to be a specific time frame and budget. The contracting needs to be done as soon as possible, and then we need to have some kind of provision for the proliferation of and publication of results. I believe this is what I had to say. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for these very detailed presentations. Ms. Mamai is now kindly asked to take the floor to speak of ITNs. Good afternoon. I have a few slides to share with you and some data regarding implementation of ITIs as provided for under Article 28 and articles and the various pertinent articles that have followed it. Some lessons we have learned from the implementation of strategies during the 2014-2020 programming period. What can we improve? It is important, it is vital that we have local authorities implicated, timely participating as of the stage of planning. We need to accelerate the approval and implementation procedures. This is something that has already been commenced. It's very important to focus on appointing or rather assigning governance on local authorities themselves wherever this is possible, and as in particular on boosting the local beneficiaries with both staff and know-how. We also need to improve the coordination, enlargement and upgrade of the national network, ITI network. The key prerequisites for temporal instruments. First of all, we need to have an integrated temporal strategy, territorial strategy, excuse me, at the pertinent sub-regional level. And local authorities need to be implicated. There needs to be a partnership and there needs to be a multi-level governance that will allow us to have a cooperation of the regional authorities with first degree local authorities, whoever they may be. Now, this is very important, given that it is supplemental to the partnership relationship that we spoke of before, which also needs to cover all potential partners. What should we avoid when it comes to implementation? First of all, we need to make sure that isolated actions or action lists that do not fall under an integrated strategy are not included. We need to make sure that when it comes to ITI, we only include actions that meet regulatory criteria. Some base guidelines for the planning and approval of ITIs, at least 30% of strategies for climate-related need to be attributed to climate-related actions. There needs to be an approach that allows for intervention and measurable results using indicators. We need to make sure that the partners are under the obligation to participate in the planning and implementation of the strategy. We need to approve the properly upgraded and updated strategies at least 18 months post-program approval. There needs to be a focus of the strategies on fewer intervention categories, especially with respect to ITIs and sustainable urban development actions. There need to be synergies with spatial planning, which will allow for green agreements that will allow us to use the Bauhaus initiative in a long-term vision for the route of the countryside, and we need to take into consideration at least 8% needs to be directed into sustainable development. When it comes to governance, it is very important to focus on the governance system at a regional level. There needs to be a cohesive task force that will allow them to implement the planning, consultation, monitoring, support of implementation, support of beneficiaries, and of course, communication towards the special managing authority and the national coordination authority. And there needs to be a local task force looking at this strategy that will perhaps consist of representatives of all stakeholders and will also include external experts. The goal of this team will be to come up with coordination of the consultation at a local level, a coordination of planning the strategy, coming up with local interventions. What can be done to improve coordination? What has been done already is that we have created a special task force for the coordination and monitoring of the implementation of ITI strategies within the special service of the ROP. And we have also undertaken the upgrade and enlargement of the national network on territorial development with the participation of territorial stakeholders. We will have political parties, KEVE, ETA, and many other stakeholders, allowing for a good exchange of information, of good practices, of know-how, in order to create a more seamless approach throughout the new programming period. Thank you very much, Ms. Mamai. Let me now ask Ms. Fornara to take the floor with a first couple of words regarding cohesion policy post 27 as well.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Πρόεδρε. Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Είμαι η Σοφέη Πουρνάρα από την ΑΙΣΑΕ και θα καλύψω το πρώτο θέμα.
I'll be covering two issues here. The first one pertains to we do apologize, Ms. Purnara. Just 1 second, please. I remark regarding the previous presentation. I do apologize for the intervention. Now, my mistake. Well, the implementation bodies have no intention other than the expectation to be organic parts in the implementation and planning of all these programs. So this I say for the minutes in order to avoid misunderstandings. Thank you. Ms. Purnara. Thank you very much. Now, the first presentation is on publicity. It's on behalf of the promotion and communication units. From the National Coordination Authority, instructions have been given to the managing authorities of programs regarding the implementation of regulation on publicity 2031-2037 and the web pages, the guide for the design of digital applications that is going to be gradually implemented by the programs. If you Google it, the guide regarding the communication, etc., and publicity, you can get information needed. Now, in the recent internet meeting of country teams organized by DG Radio, we have discussed current practical issues regarding publicity, placing emphasis on strengthening publicity for projects through social media. Moreover, in 2023, we have said that this is going to be the European Year of Skills. And within this framework, we encourage managing authorities and the beneficiaries of programs to communicate and promote at any opportunity and with any means all the actions that they implement, aiming at enhancing and upgrading the skills of human resources. Now, this on behalf of the publicity units. And now I will continue with the next topic. So far, we were talking about 2021, 2037, which is now starting, but we need to start thinking about what will happen after 2027. So Unit A of the Special Service that has to do with strategies and policies has started following up closely the actions undertaken by the European Commission in order to see what things will be like after 2027. So we are starting with the initiatives undertaken by the European Commission. There has been an experts and specialties high-level group in order to discuss and develop their ideas, their concepts, and their attitudes vis-a-vis a policy orientation after 2027. So this consists of approximately 20 independent experts and specialists who come either from academia or from the area of politics, national, regional level, etc., or they are representatives of social partners or civil society. So there is high representativity. Now, in 2023, there is a provision that 10 thematic meetings will be implemented. Initially, there were 9, and there's another one held today. Such meetings are held in the morning and in the afternoon. In the morning, they're open to everyone through web streaming, and in the transparency, you can see the link that you can click on to enter, see the members, etc., and follow through web streaming the 4 meetings that have been held so far in Greece. Well, we have Ms. Rodi Kratsa Sakaropoulou, who is the governor of the Ionian Islands. Now, this group of experts and specialists is expected to produce a report in February 2024 that will be incorporated in the 9th report on cohesion that's going to be presented in March 2024. Moreover, for your information, the Cohesion Forum will be held at 11-12 April 2024. And so there's also a plan to have an open public consultation platform under the Spanish presidency. So that's for the European Commission. However, in Greece, we have already begun undertaking our own actions following a letter we have received by Ms. Elisa Ferreira. This letter was sent to the Minister for Development and Investment. So we started undertaking our own actions. What are these actions? We establish a group of 15 experts or specialists who are knowledgeable of the cohesion policy, etc., with vast experience. Such experts and specialists in Greece in 2023 are expected to have 3 thematic meetings. The topics in general, well, we have gotten the ideas from the topics discussed in the European Commission, what the European vision is, policy of cohesion and fair and just development, challenges in the regions, innovative policy for European integration, mechanisms for intervention, synergies and reforms in the European Union regarding the efficient achievement of the cohesion policy goals and objectives. And now these 3 thematic concentrations are open to those involved in the partnership agreement process and the procedures. The next action, 2 meetings for consultation will be held with a broader representation and participation. The opening event will be on April 12th, 2023 at Zapion. And second event that will complete the consultation process will be by the end of 2023 with a presentation of the composition of the results. And another action that is going to be an electronic public consultation that will be held open during the entire process, and it's going to be uploaded on the partnership agreements web page, where the public will be able to get a questionnaire, give us their answers, and then this will lead to the drafting of a comprehensive report. This report that will be the result of such procedures will be drafted by end of 2023. It's worth mentioning that we do have scientific support by the Institute of Regional Development of the Pantheon University by Mr. Psycharis and the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Ms. Purnara. Regarding the next topic, we are going to try to have a link to listen to Ms. Georgia Giannaki Sofia regarding the completion of the control management system regarding simplified cost options.
Καλημέρα, καλό απόγευμα, με ακούτε?
Good morning. Good afternoon. I think that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Ωραία, θα κάνω share.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. I will share.
Μόνο. Λοιπόν, μπορώ να αρχίσω? Ακούγομαι? Ωραία. Καλό απόγευμα από την Αθήνα. Εδώ έχουμε λίγο συννεφιά και λίγο
ήλιο. So good afternoon from Athens. The weather is both cloudy and sunny here today. My name is Georgia Giannaki Sofia. I am with the Special Service for Institutional Support and IT Systems As you may already know, our key mission is to to run the management and control system. As regards the management and control system, right now, there are some differences compared to the previous programming period of 2014-2020. For these actions budgeted below 200,000 euros, it is mandatory to use simplified cost options, simplified cost. For the programming period 21-27, we can also apply all methodologies that were implemented and utilized during the 14-20 programming period. And we have, as a body, as a special service, we have come up with the methodology for the implementation of simplified cost that has already been approved by EDAL and sent out and communicated to the authorities in charge. Another field we are working on is climate resilience. So we have the EU has already publicized technical guidelines regarding resilience of infrastructure against climate change. And there is a provision in the National Climate Law of 2022 regarding the corresponding survey and control as regards environmental impact surveys. In between, our special service, in collaboration with the Ministry of the Environment, in order to harmonize the national climate law and the technical guidelines from the EU, has already sent out a guideline for B and below, projects of category B and below. In collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Transport and of the Environment, we have created an interim framework that has been already sent out, and it includes a key instruction text, a format regarding the report that will need to be submitted. Ms. Gerogiannaki, I apologize for interrupting. There is an intervention, a brief intervention by Mr. Petritis, who is honoring us, the Minister honoring us with his presence today.
We would like to welcome the Minister. One of the most significant interventions was his intervention regarding this partnership agreement program, which has more than double budget. This is the success of the government with the contribution of Giorgos Gerapetritis. So we'd like to welcome you here as a chairperson of the Monitoring Committee. Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize for interrupting. Only passing by, it is a great pleasure for me and honor to be with you and to sit together with the leadership of the region, particularly Jens Panos, who has put strenuous efforts to be able to implement such programs, allowing the region to develop and grow. I'd like to point out that we had not only an excellent cooperation, but also we had common way of seeing things. This allowed us to overcome red tape and bureaucracy, making sure that we have as high resources as possible from all funds and in accordance with the GDP and the population, we're talking about the highest resources that have ever been secured. And this will allow us to have a Greece of infrastructure, green Greece. I think that all of us are on the same table, regardless of ideology, political beliefs, etc., and attitudes. We agree that what we need to do with the available to stagnate and stick to the present and nor disseminate these resources in an unfair way. Our own way is that these funds need to be capitalized upon by the coming generations, creating a sustainable Greece. This is precisely why 2 out of 3 years coming in the country from community resources will be channeled to actions that will be capitalized in the future on the basis of digital skills and economic growth. I'd like to wish you success. Always the region has been our own assistant and supporter. Thank you very much for supporting this great effort, and I'm sure that regardless of the government that will take power, we will jointly support this regional development that is a sustainable pillar for the growth in our country. Thank you. Dear Minister, yes, we thank you too. To add, you added to what we said. I don't know if it's by coincidence, but next to you we have the representative of the administration, the temporary government, and I'd like to ask you to speed up. I'll give the floor to the person with disability, if I may. Well, this is my personal challenge. This was the new government, the new policy that our government undertook. We invited the chairperson representing the people with disabilities, and we had a national plan for the people with disabilities, and we had the national action plan on the rights of people with disabilities. Well, this is an important program that has been implemented to a significant extent, particularly regarding accessibility finance. Allow me to say that the first phase has been implemented by recording the level of accessibility of all public buildings. Approximately 33,000 buildings, public buildings, have been entered into the platform, and there has been an evaluation vis-a-vis the accessibility level, and it is really sad to see that the public buildings that by definition were to be used by people with disabilities are partially accessible. We have already, under the Resilience and Recovery Fund, funds that will allow us to upgrade these buildings in order for them to become fully accessible. And second level is the level of digital accessibility. And we make every effort in order for the public sector to have highest certification possible vis-a-vis digital accessibility at the level of 3A, which is the best that is today regarding digital accessibility. And we hope that this will continue with the help of the Federation of People with Disabilities, and we hope that soon we'll have many positive news to share with you, because society needs to be inclusive if it's going to make progress. Thank you. I don't know if I may, I'd like to put a comment here. The National Action Plan for People with Disabilities should become a national law for people with disabilities. This will be the next step, because it's going to solve huge issues pertaining to people with disabilities. Since we're talking about that, let's say that, well, some things have been done, not everything, but to me, the most important moment, personally speaking, Its source of a convention was when in one of the last bills of law, we had a provision which is emblematic, iconic for the people with disabilities and the quality of democracy. I'm talking about equality at all sectors of economic, social life of the people with disabilities. This was a provision that was pending for decades. It was a request by the movement of people with disabilities. It became a reality. Of course, we are not proud of the delay, but it had to be done. But I think that it is really important. All public policies, both central policies as well as regional policies, need to be incorporating the dimension of disabilities in order to achieve this inclusive, sustainable growth in the country. Thank you. Once again, we'd like to thank you, Minister. I do apologize for the intervention, but I think that we were glad to welcome you, and we heard many substantial issues here. Mr. Lemas, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Geripatritis, for this very significant intervention. It's one of these moments where there is something which is improvised in such monitoring committees, but it brings along positive elements. And I feel special joy because you see, even in our cause, etc., improving accessibility to public buildings, speaking about universities, etc., is a priority of ours. I've repeated this time and again under the partnership agreement, where we need to secure accessibility, but as Mr. Geripatritis put it, there is a big stock of public buildings that has not been reformed, so we need to retrospectively secure accessibility to these public buildings, but we need to make this effort to the major extent. We'll continue with Ms. Yanaki after apologizing for the interruption. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes, of course. You don't need to apologize when there is an intervention on people with disabilities, of course. So I will continue. In the control management system, we've sent the basic document of instructions and a template of a report, a list of a checklist for this report. There's a help desk which we encourage you to use whenever you have such issues. We have sent a calculation tool in the form of an Excel that allows us to calculate the resilience of our infrastructure, and soon you will be receiving templates of reports of documentation of climate resilience for 8 different categories. These 8 categories have been selected, and we have reached a grouping of the main categories of information, such as wastewater, renewable energy sources, crop protection, etc. Such samples or templates, etc., will be sent to you in the immediate future. Now, regarding the differentiation of procedures, an important differentiation that we have, where we see that there will be a alleviation of the administrative burden. Well, we have preventive controls done in the procedures to assign public contracts and their amendments and modifications, and administrative verifications and on-the-site verifications are on the basis of a risk analysis. This is important for administrative verifications. Nowadays, these will be done on the basis of a risk analysis. To this purpose, we have instructions to be issued following an extensive consultation regarding the way these provisions will be implemented. Moreover,
Συγγνώμη, έγινε κάποιο λάθος.
I do apologize. There has been some mistake.
Το σύστημα διαχείρισης και ελέγχου είναι σε φάση ολοκλήρωσης.
So,
Προγραμματίζεται η διαβούλευση
in the control management system was going to be completed, and we plan that the consultation will be completed by June 30th, and it has already the managing authority has already received the first operational area of the management control system that pertains to calls. Regarding the MIS, there are continuous adjustments, and we are moving on to improvements regarding the facilitation of the managing authority. I do apologize. There was a mix-up of transparencies. I confused the transparencies, and I said what was to be done for other sectors. So finally, for the MIS of 2021-2027, we have new personalized and simplified environment of work. We have new web services for the submission of fish by the beneficiaries and interim bodies, and there is the interoperability with other systems of public administration, such as the GDPR, IDICA, Ergani, etc., in order to have access to the beneficiaries' data, to do away with the administrative burden, both for beneficiaries as well as for managing authorities, and to minimize the possibility of an error. I'd like to thank you for your patience, and I do apologize for this mix-up of transparencies. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε την κυρία Γερογιαννάκη για την πολύ χρήσιμη εισήγηση και πληροφορίες που μας έδωσε για την πρόοδο του συστήματος διαχείρισης και ελέγχου. Είναι αλήθεια ότι ειδικά για τις απλοποιημένες επιλογές κόστους όλοι μαθαίνουμε κάθε μέρα και πρέπει να το περάσουμε αυτό στην καθημερινή μας γνώση στη διαχείριση, αλλά και οι φορείς στην υλοποίηση, πολύ σημαντικό. Θα συνεχίσουμε με το τέταρτο μέρος της ημερήσιας διάταξης.
We have to manage so many different aspects. So let us move on to the final part. We have already been able to tackle issues such as the holistic water approach, the Helios program, children's poverty, where we had an intervention by Ms. Negatiu. I'm not sure if Mr. Patazadas would like to revisit the Bauhaus approach to projects so that we may proceed with the final discussion. Thank you very much. So what is the new European Bauhaus? It's one of the new terms that we've had mentioned during the new programming period. We discussed that last programming period with the managing authorities for all OPs and ROPs. We are moving on to implementing this new principle, this new initiative. So let's find out what it is. We are making a presentation to all authorities because it is indeed something innovative, it is a novelty, and I believe it is quite interesting for the members of monitoring committees to find out what the Bauhaus approach is all about. It became part of our lives back in 2019. It was part of the inaugural speech of Ms. van der Leyen when she assumed the chairmanship of the European Commission. You may have heard what we call a Green Deal regarding the new principles on sustainability, environmental protection. Part of those is the new European Bauhaus. Bauhaus is a trend, a large architectural and artistic school that was born in Germany back in the 1920s and early 30s. The creator, one of the creators of this school was one of the most important leaders, architectural leaders of the previous century, Mr. Gropius, Walter Gropius. He was an advocate in favor of simplicity. And Walter Gropius went back a few centuries, back to the Middle Ages and craft skills, and looking at how they were organizing their life, their work via dialogue and inclusivity. And back in the 20s, in the 1920s, he recommended a new artistic school that would be founded on the same principles of simplicity and collectivity, as well as functionality. This school affected all European countries as well as the US after Gropius' exile moved to the US in self-exile following the rise of the Third Reich. It also affected one of the leading Greek architects, Ioannis Despotopoulos. The Athens Conservatory is a prime example of the Bauhaus principles in architecture, and the restoration of this building is currently being undertaken with the financing of the Attica OP and co-financed by the European funds. Another example is the American Embassy in Athens, which draws from designs of Gropius. Same as what Gropius did, moving back a few centuries in order to advocate this new architectural narrative, the European Commission went 1 century back to the principles of the traditional Bauhaus and introduced us to a new European Bauhaus, meaning solutions that are sustainable, that work together with the Green Deal, using actions and promoting actions that take care of local needs and aiming at integrating local societies. So this new trend, this new movement aims at activating all great minds in the field, be it industrial design, architects, landscapists, and so on and so forth. On this slide, you see some examples of the new European Bauhaus. The European Commission has already started awarding a prize to the best proposals. This is one such project which was submitted back in 2021. It comes from Milan, Italy, and the objective was to reconnect the metropolitan center of Milan with the peri-urban surroundings, creating an urban incubator, an urban greenhouse that would bring together and let flourish all things that were considered exterior. Here we have an example from Greece. It is one of the proposals submitted for this year's award, and it came from kids. They are putting forth a proposal for schoolyards in Athens, Trikala, and Heraklion, Greece. It is a very simple proposal, but aiming at raising awareness within the school community, given that the schoolyard is one of the first areas where children learn to socialize. The bottom images come from the city of Chessis in Latvia, an old industrial building acquiring new life, becoming a meeting point, a working point for all inhabitants of this city. So, what is the connection between Bauhaus and the cohesion policy? This is something that we discussed last year, and we came to an agreement that all programs need to integrate those principles when scheduling, when planning for the next programming period. There are some common denominators within the new European Bauhaus and the principles of new programs, be it sustainability, urban and local development, inclusivity, social integration, connection to nature, cultural heritage. So we see that there are common points in between the new European Bauhaus and the new programs. Here on all slides, you will see that there are some projects from other European member states. This is a presentation that will be disseminated, will be sent out, and then maybe you can browse the internet for more information on these projects. The European Commission has also set up technical assistance to municipalities and stakeholders that would be willing to schedule, to undertake, to mature such projects. And we have the municipality of Ekaterini here in Greece, which is currently receiving some assistance from the European Commission in order to have a project of paved roads within the center, the historical center of the city of Ekaterini, co-financed and reaching maturity with the help of the European Commission. There are three key principles that we can identify in both this new trend and the new methodology for urban development projects. The principle of sustainability, aesthetics, and the quality of the experience, as well as inclusivity, no one left behind. Here, once again, we see some examples of projects that have been recommended, that have been submitted for each of these three sectors: sustainability, inclusivity, aesthetics. As we said before, there are new projects, and we want at least one project in all programs that will promote the principles of the new European Bauhaus. However, how can a managing authority evaluate a proposal for such a project? How can they evaluate that the criteria for the new European Bauhaus are met? We have here a series of questions that managing authorities can raise in order to make sure that project meets that criteria. Does it help attenuate or mitigate the effects of climate change? Does it help combat challenges brought about by climate change? Does it bring forth innovative solutions? Does it contribute to providing new life to existing urban areas and sites within a city? Does it bring down CO2 emissions and use of energy in existing buildings that are being restored and given new life. These are some of the questions that a managing authority, can set forth in order to make sure that this criterion is met as regard aesthetics and the quality of experience. We have some guideline questions. Is there an aesthetic angle to this project? I understand that aesthetics are very subjective. You might say that some of these projects are not beautiful and not aesthetically pleasing. However, all projects can have distinctive factors, something that sets them apart, something that highlights or adds to the local landscape, adds value to the local landscape. So these are questions that we can ask. Does this project improve quality of life of the citizens of this region or this area? And as regards inclusivity and integration with no one being left behind, what is most important is to find out, come up with an answer to the question, does this project realize the principle of including all population groups, including vulnerable groups, disabled, migrants, all of them, vulnerable population groups. These interventions need to meet the needs of these groups. What is more, we need to see how it impacts the following generations. We have buildings that were constructed in between the two world wars and still provide what they were designed to provide. In that way, we want now buildings that will meet the needs of not just the current generation, but the future ones as well. As we said before, we want all buildings, all projects to incorporate at least 2 or 1 of the new European Bauhaus criteria. How can we do that? We can have some inclusion of the principles in selection criteria. We can prioritize projects meeting those criteria in each category, and we could run special invitations for new European Bauhaus projects. We could ask stakeholders to submit proposals for Bauhaus projects. And this does not just pertain to sustainable urban development. It can be any policy, smart specialization, for example, or Green Europe strategy. Many projects can have elements of the new European Bauhaus. For example, a building which is constructed from scratch or is being restored, refurbished, is integrated, is reshaped in order to become a research center. For example, this could also try to meet some such criteria. A third way to select Bauhaus projects, and I believe that we feel might be the best, is to be proactive and select projects that we consider might meet these criteria, might fulfill these principles, and help them mature in such a way as to become, eligible as Bauhaus projects. For example, within the climate change axle, we have looked into historical building restoration in the center of Athens, which is being revisited in order to incorporate Bauhaus principles. The day after tomorrow, or rather on both the 21st and the 22nd of June in Brussels, there will be a seminar on Bauhaus with the participation of many colleagues, professors, and so on and so forth, who will be making presentations. I have the link for that. For any of you who are interested, you can follow it online. You can attend online. And on the second day, this year's prizes will be awarded for the 2023 year, the year 2023, excuse me. So let us bear in mind three criteria: inclusivity, aesthetics, and sustainability. These are the criteria that define a Bauhaus project in the coming programming period. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Papazatos. That was an excellent presentation. I think that myself included, most of the members here, most of us here, have learned a lot on this new initiative. We all started talking to one another about which project in our region could be designed, could be matured as a Bauhaus project, and we've already had some very constructive opinions. And I believe that we are coming to the end of presentations pertaining to national topics. We have exhausted the agenda, so it's time for the members of this committee to take the floor if they have any comments or remarks, observations, questions to put forth before we close the meeting of the second monitoring committee for the 21-27 OP. The floor is open. I don't know if colleagues from the European Commission would like to make any observations or remarks. It appears that all is well. May I know that it is already 5 in the afternoon, we're all tired, but we're very, very interested in social economy. For the past 15 years, lots of trouble, lots of problems occurred, hindering development of social economy. The current fund was not there in the past, and the systemic banks underwent their own crisis of the banking sector and were so overly cautious that it was impossible to find financing for social economy projects. Mr. Gerapatritis just now mentioned a project for people with mental disabilities, mental health issues. With Kebab, we saw that there was a restriction and a thorn that has been resolved. However, there's one more thorn to us, which is the practical right. It is currently tackled, and we have tried to lend support, but this has not been resolved yet. So when it comes to social support for the integration of people with mental health concerns, this has not been resolved yet. The only way to move forward is to create a supportive environment. So we need to have a combined evaluation, or rather an integration of those issues in all concerns moving forward, in order to make sure that we will come up with the procedures necessary to allow for the employment of people with mental health concerns. This is a right that they are entitled to, also by law of the state. Thank you very much for this observation. If there are no other remarks, we can move on. Kindly introduce yourself and where you come from. Peter Vasilis from the Association of IT Companies, please. Thank you very much for allowing us to attend this monitoring committee. I would just like to say that in most committees, we see that priority action 1 takes its time in launching, which makes sense given the issues. On behalf of my association, I would just like to say that we have the expertise and know-how to help you accelerate such procedures wherever possible to the best of our abilities. And we would also like to help you identify actions where no prerequisites are met. For example, accessibility actions that will work both for companies and individual citizens. And I would also like to put forth the major problem that we have in the labor market for specialized executives. Based on a study that we conducted, we have estimated that each year we need 15,000 specialized experts and executives in our country, and the graduates of Greek universities are almost half, 8,000. So we would like to take advantage of axles like 4.2, especially when it comes to digital skills, because these are very important. We need to provide specialization to those graduates in order to direct them to an increased abundance of digital skills. Thank you very much. We will be working together in that direction. Yes, as you said before, it is very important to provide innovative technical solutions. You know that we've been working with ASEP since 2015 very, very closely in terms of consultation and coming up with a startup company program, which has been very successful. And tomorrow, throughout the visits, on-site visits, we will see bright examples of that. We are trying to plan in collaboration with the Recovery Fund applications for smart cities, especially regarding services provided by local authorities such as city halls and so on and so forth, in order to upgrade digital services. But as you very well put it, we need to stress that, we're going to try to stress that, we need to focus on innovative solution, not the same old, because digital upgrade and equipment upgrade are no longer enough. We need to focus on innovation so as to make sure that the services we will be producing, we will be supplying, will be innovative.
So moving on, if there isn't anything else, there is this procedure of filling in the conclusions and including all the views that have been heard and need to be submitted. So within the next 5 minutes, the governor is going to give us the conclusions of the second monitoring committee meeting that will mean the end of a very long day that started early in the morning, and we hope that next time we meet, that's going to be the third monitoring committee meeting, where there will be no next one Probably 2024, we will have very tangible results of the application implementation of the program. The programming, of course, will exceed 50%, and already the first projects. So in 2 or 3 minutes' time, we'll be ready to give you the conclusions.
Μετά από αυτή την πολύ σύντομη διακοπή...
So following this very brief interruption, almost live, our executives prepared the minutes. So I'm going to read them out to you for evaluation and approval. Convergence of the Monitoring Committee meeting, the agenda, Monitoring Committee of the ROP on mainland Greece, 2021-2027, that was established by virtue of this decision of the governor and modified by the other decision, has met on June 6th and 19th in Kamenavoula, following the call and invitation by the chairman, Fanis Spanos, in the second meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the ROP. We had 31 members, voting rights, and 6 and over 10 without voting rights. So we had the approval of the following agenda: first, introduction, approval of the agenda; second, approval of the minutes of the first meeting of the Monitoring Committee; third, introduction by the chairperson for the Monitoring Committee, Governor of mainland Greece, separate chapter, the presentation of the program for 2021-2027, special issues, interventions of the International Coordination Authority, the progress of approval of the enabling conditions, evaluation of the programs, ICIs, information and publicity, communication, 5, the system of control management and simplified cost options. 4th, discussion and interventions by the participants, on the basis of intervention by the members and representatives of the European Commission on the new issues that will be implemented. Also, cohesion policy discussion in the post-2027 period. Other issues. The Monitoring Committee, following the presentation of the items of the agenda and the discussion followed, has drawn the following conclusions. Approval of the minutes of the first Monitoring Committee meeting, approval of the meeting in Arachova, proposal by the chairperson, or presentation rather, by the chairperson. You heard it. Interventions by the General Director of Strategic Planning, Mr. Firbas, and the representatives of the European Commission, Deputy Director of the Regional Directorate, Mr. Pandazatos, Mr. Stolomanidis, and Ms. Karaitidou, representatives of the General Directorate of Regional Policy and Urban Development, Ms. Efi Meletiu, representative of the General Directorate of Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. Following that, there has been an intervention by Mr. Souliotis Nikolaos. The main elements of the program for 2021-2027, the head of presented the basic elements of the program for 2021-2027. Among others, there was the new dimension and dynamic of the new program, the policy objectives, the available resources by priority, and the categories of action by priority. The members of the Monitoring Committee were informed on the progress of the specialization of the actions, the calls, the included actions, and the programming of calls for 2023. Finally, he informed the members regarding the course of promotion of the ITIs and the sustainable urban development actions and the smart specialization strategy for 2021-2027 in mainland Greece. Intervention by the National Coordination Authority on horizontal issues presented by the National Coordination Authority. 1. The progress of approval of the enabling conditions. 2nd, evaluation of the programs. 3 ITIs. 4 information and communication and publicity. 5 information on the launch of discussions regarding cohesion policy in the post-2027 period, and public consultation at the national level. Simplified cost options application and implementation, discussion and intervention by the participants, discussion on the basis of the intervention of the representatives of the European Commission on new issues that will apply during the new programming period 2021-2027, intervention and presentation by Mr. Pandazatos Panagiotis on the application and implementation of the new European Bauhaus approach. For the specific projects. Other items, there was discussion, interventions by the members of the Monitoring Committee and the rest of the bodies. Any correction, any remark? Of course, the analytical presentations will be incorporated in the minutes that will be transcribed. So, if we will approve of the conclusions, again, unanimously, a big thanks to all of you. The last one for today. It was really constructive. We have a major program ahead of us, and all of us, the bodies, the agencies represented here today, will play a decisive part in the excellent implementation. Thank you all very much for your presence.